GL with run. Now I leave to avoid spoilers. Link us down.
Michael S. Steve, thank you for the 73 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Hi, Rector. Is this going to be the last video of the full set of Echo? What?
First time watching your speedruns. How do the routes work?
You will see throughout the runs, but basically the summarization of how the route work is start the game, play early game, do a crazy wrong work glitch to the end of the game, become a Giga Chat. That's basically the summarized version.
Link us is alive.
Oh shit.
Hi chat. Hey link us hug.
Wrong save file.
That many month already. Nice.
You might be screwed, really? Oh man. I was hoping I could just load the file right after. I wonder if... So this file is right after you completed the cutscenes on the old route, right? Maybe if I get lucky, I can run and... Maybe if I'm lucky, I can run and, like, pick it up here now and then go back. Thank you, Skira, for the 6-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my god, my eyes. I can't talk. Thank you. Oh my god. Hello, eyes? 69. Nice. Thank you, Trezor, for the 69-month resub, saying that's too many months already. Nice. That many months already. Nice. I can't talk. I can't read. Thank you, Apes, for the 6 months as well. Thank you, Zarek, for the 18 months. And thank you, LT, for the 6 months. First time watching Kazuha's Speedrun. Oops, you already read that. Thank you, Kalesti, as well, for the 73 months. Hello, everybody. Okay, before I get into testing new stuff, I need to be able to find where I can get a big tree. We're looking for a big tree. Big tree. Where can I get a big tree at? Maybe I can get it if I go back down in the well. No, I basically need the big tree because I didn't get it when I was in the actual intro of the game. Linkus, no hate to you, but I hate Texas officially now. Why? What's wrong with Texas? Why are you hating, bro? Dude, where can I find a tree? Oh, I forgot to make the chat bigger. Dude, where can I get a tree? Am I just screwed? Can I not get a tree once you're past intro? Can you just go back to the beginning, surely? I don't know if you can. Can you just go down to the jail cells at this point in the game? Let's see. I really hope I don't have to go through all of intro just to get a tree. I really hope I don't have to go through intro. I'll be really upset. Please do not tell me I have to go through intro. Oh no. I guess I could switch to my main file. I can't believe there's no trees. Yeah, I need to do a little bit of practice / learning before I can jump straight into runs. I was gonna do Wind Waker today, but I only slept because I had AT&T come by. I only slept for like 4.5 hours because he came like so early. So I know myself enough to where I cannot do unbuffered manual super zoom if I sleep that little. Because if I sleep that little, then I am absolutely screwed. Doing unbuffered. I need to be well rested to do unbuffered. Maybe I have to load my hundo file. I guess I'll just have to load my hundo file. Wait, no, because then all the chests would be opened over there, though. Dude, surely... Does anyone know? Surely there must be a place I can learn the tree echo past the start of the game. That isn't the final dungeon. Do you want to wrong warp into HC? Wait. Oh, is that consistent? Do you know which warp I would go to? Which warp would I need to unlock to do that? Do you know which warp that would be? Yeah, I guess we could wrong... I can't believe I'm talking about wrong warping to get back to the start of the game. River Zora Village. You got it. Let's head over to River Zora Village. Well, while I'm here, I might as well unlock this warp then. Dude, wait, Unaku, I know how to save time to get there. I know a way to save time to get there, trust me. Unaku, watch this. I'm telling you, 8 out of 10 times, it always puts you at the Zora when you do this. Come on, dude. Just put me at the Zora place. Come on. Just do it. Come on, random warp. Oh my god. Wait. Holy shit. That was actually so close to working. Dude, okay, I didn't get the river one, but dude, that almost just worked at a completely random luck. There's no way I almost just randomly got it. Oh my god, that's crazy. I actually have never gotten this warp before. I always get the one above. Wait, is this the one? Wait, were you wrong, Unaku? Is this actually the one? This works too? Oh my god. The luck paid off, dude. That's crazy. All right, then let's go set up a rung warp. That's so funny. Anyways, I'm sorry I didn't stream yesterday, chat. If you're wondering where I've been without internet because I don't know if it was our neighbors or the construction people. I think it was the construction people, but they were absolute idiots. Okay. Let me quickly explain what happened and where I've been and why I haven't been able to stream, okay? So, I have been without internet, and it's been really bad because also, no offense to America, but America just doesn't have the same kind of mobile reception as like Sweden does. Like, you can get the good speeds, but it's never as consistent. Like, if my internet was down in Sweden, I would straight up just stream from my phone. Because on my phone, I would get about like 100 down and maybe like 50, 60 up on my phone. And, you know, I could unlimited share that. But like, America, like, you can get the speeds to be decent, but I feel like it kind of isn't that stable. It kind of goes up and down a bit. But anyways, so let me quickly draw the scene to explain to you guys what happened and why I've been without internet, okay? And I think everyone can agree once you hear this that it's dumb. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna get blessed with paint. That's right. Okay. So here's what happened if you're wondering. If you've been wondering, why did I lose internet? Why haven't I been streaming? I'm gonna explain to you what the construction workers, or my neighbors, but I think it's the construction people that decided to do this, did. And it is so dumb. It is so dumb. Okay, so here we go. So here is the road, and here are 4 homes, okay? So does that make sense? So there's a road here in the middle, and there's 4 homes, right? And this is my home, okay? So this is my home, and the other 4 homes are, you know, just random houses, right? Now, it doxed, exactly. Okay, so basically, so to not have to install the main stations where the fiber cable goes everywhere, they basically have it every like for every couple of houses on one side of the road, and it goes over. So how it's been, right? I'm gonna explain to you how it's been. So this is how it has been. On this side of the road, on the left side here, they had the actual fiber box, okay? So right here is the fiber box, okay? So this is the, I can't type, dude. So this is the fiber box, right? So this is the fiber box. Now, underneath the road, they have like orange pipes that they did before they paved the road that goes underneath the road, right? It goes underneath the road, and it comes up. They have these pipes that are underneath the road, and they come up, they came up right here. So does that make sense? Does that make sense? So how the internet cable was basically done when we first moved in, right? Is the AT&T guy came, he went to this box, he connected a fiber cable, dragged it through the orange pipe, right? That goes underneath the road. It came up here. And then once he had it here, he placed the cable on the ground and dragged it to our house. Okay, makes sense so far? Okay, cool. Then, obviously, after about 2 weeks, they came back out and they dug the cable down so no one doesn't accidentally, you know, like walk on it or break it or something like that. Now, I guess what the construction workers decided to do was they decided, hey, we are going to get rid of this ugly orange pipe right here, and we're gonna cover the orange pipe with another green box. I think we can all understand this makes sense, okay? You don't want a bunch of ugly pipes sticking up that's orange. You want to put like a green box around it so it looks better, okay? So they decided to put a green box on it. Now, all of what I've said so far is fine. However, they obviously have to, they don't want the box to blow away, so they have to dig to get the box. Well, dig they did. They didn't check for any cables or think of anything that came out of the purple pipes or the orange pipes. They didn't think, oh wow, here's these fiber cables running out of the orange pipe. They took a machine and they dug a hole right over this whole thing right here. So over the whole thing right here, all around the orange pipe, they just dug a big ass hole and then slapped the box down. Meaning that it didn't just cause like a little break in my fiber cable. It was completely and utterly destroyed. They dug out like a massive chunk, like multiple feet of my cable. Just chunk. I don't know how. I don't know how this happens, dude. I don't know how it happened. So the guy came out. Shout outs to AT&T for one thing. The problem happened yesterday. They came out today. At least I didn't have to wait like a week like last time when I lived in the apartment. They came out the next day. So the guy came out, super chill guy. So anyways, he came to me and he was like, hey man. And he actually just asked me straight up. He literally just said, do you have any idea why this happened? And I was like, I have a very good theory. And he was like, what? And I said, do you see that box over there? And he goes, yep. And I see, do you see that pile of dirt right next to it? Because I just want to clarify, not only did the construction workers dig up all of this dirt to get this green box here, they left all of the dirt, a dirt pile right here. They didn't even remove the dirt. There's just a giant dirt pile right next to it. So I pointed at that. I said, do you see that box? And he said, yep. And I see, do you see that massive dirt pile? And he goes, yep. And I go, that wasn't there the day before. And that got there the day my internet died. So I'm guessing that they destroyed, or I'm assuming that they accidentally cut my cable when they, or disconnected when they put that box there. And he was like, I'll see what I can do. Okay. So I walked inside. I came back out like 15 minutes later, and he had a massive cable and he looked pissed. And I was like, you okay, man? How's it going? And he was like, good. It's just like, I have to drag the cable because I can't put like an extension thing to like repair the cable because they like shredded that cable to pieces. They destroyed that cable. Like a 10-foot gap was missing in your cable. And I was like, what? What? So yeah, so he was like, yeah, so I'm having to, so he was out there for, I'm not kidding, an hour and a half. He was out there for an hour and a half to get a brand new fiber cable, had to redo the whole thing, reconnect this, all the wiring here, drag it all, because it's also a pain in the ass to get underneath the road to what I've understood. Anyways, yeah, so you had to do the whole thing and then get it here. And now, not only that, this is why I'm also mad. My landscaping is going to be ruined because I am going to have them come and re-dig down the cable a second time. My lawn is going to be destroyed again a second time. I've been trying to like make it look good again because they already had to dig down the cable. And now they're going to come out and have to dig up my lawn a second time to be able to redo this thing. You know what the crazy thing is? Obviously, I'm not gonna do anything, but even if I wanted to, I don't think I have a right to. These random construction workers just destroy the Ethernet, the internet cables because of recklessness. This is not like, oh, accident. This is pure recklessness. It's a literal, you could see the cables from the orange thing, and they just went right through it. And nothing's gonna happen, man. The HOA is not going to be happy about this. Dude, the HOA, honestly, I don't understand what the HOA is doing, okay? I'm not sounding like a Karen here, but like, I'm a person of principle, okay? This is going to sound stupid, but I'm a person of principle. When we moved in, we got a warning from the HOA because our lawn was taller than 6 inches. We had just moved in. We had lived there for a week. And they gave us a warning because our grass was more than 6 inches tall. As we just moved in. That's why we got the warning. But our neighbors leave their trash cans out all week, every week. They never take it back to their house. And normally that wouldn't piss me off that much. It slightly annoys me because it is kind of in the road. But I am like, how does the HOA warn me about the fact that my lawn was more than 6 inches tall, but you're not gonna have a problem with this guy leaving his trash can out for 3 weeks straight? And like, does that make sense? Like, I'm not saying like that it's the biggest deal in the world that that person has their trash out all the time. I'm saying if they're gonna say that, hey, you suck because you let your grass grow more than 6 inches tall, then shouldn't that also apply to him breaking the HOA rules about him having to trash out on non-trash days? Like, either enforce it equally to everyone or don't enforce it at all. You should tattle on him? You think I should, chat? Should I be that person? Really? You think I should be that guy that actually goes, excuse me, your trash has been out for 3 weeks. I will say, though, I'm going to be straight up honest with you. I really do actually dislike the trash. Even though, if my neighbors had 10-inch grass, I wouldn't care. I do care about the trash cans because they're in the road. I feel like that is only part Karen. I don't even feel like it's full out Karen mode to be annoyed by that trash can. Because I actually have to avoid it when driving. I cannot drive fully on the right side of the road. Because it is literally in the road. It's not like in the middle of the road, but it's not like as close to the edge as you can either. They did mess with my lawn. Yeah, I will explain to you how my neighbors do it when it comes to their trash cans. This is exactly what they do because I've noticed the pattern over the last 3 weeks. You ready? This is what they do. They have the trash cans. They put them out on the road. They come and pick up the trash. They leave it there for the next about 5 to 6 days. They bring it up to their house. They put their trash in the trash can, and then the next day they bring it back out. Does that make sense? So instead of having the trash can on the road for 1 day, which you were supposed to, they have it on their house for 1 day and by the street for 6 days. All right, let's see if that works. Can I get to Hyrule Castle so I can get my stupid tree here? Okay, we're back in Hyrule Castle. Can I get my tree now? Please tell me I can get my tree. If you don't know, the new setup that saves over a minute to build a tower actually uses a tree. And I never got the tree when I played the game the first time. It should be left of here. There should be a tree one. Well, so basically, like I'll just show you with my hand, okay? If you know, the sidewalk is here, if this is the curb, right? They don't leave their trash can like on the lawn, like on their property like they should, and they don't even have it like perfectly here. What happens is that the trash people come and pick up the trash, and when they put down the trash can, they drop it not by the curb, you know, like the trash can company, you know what I mean with the truck. It doesn't put it perfectly back, you know? It kind of puts it like here. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? But because they didn't touch it, it stays there. Meaning, it is however much into the road as the trash people put it back once they were done driving and picking up the trash. Oh, there we go. Okay, now I can practice. Okay. We got the tree. Do they leave it there in the rain too? Yeah. They just leave it there. All right. I can't believe I spent so much effort to try and get this tree. Okay, so I think this setup is harder than the one I used to do. However, it is faster. So actually, let me make a backup of the save file here. No, not controller. Let me make a backup of the save file here so I can practice this for future. So I have to keep redoing this. New backup. Tower. Building. Oh, by the way, speaking about Nintendo, chat. because I woke up early from the AT&T guy, I was going to sign up to the beta test program for like the Nintendo Switch Online thingy, because I was like, well, I am a member and I have the full expansion one with the Nintendo 64 and everything. And I was literally awake. It started at 10 a.m. my time this morning. I went to the website at 10:15 for the beta, which, by the way, they were gonna have the applications open until they had enough people for 5 days. I opened the website 20 minutes after launch, and it was like, sorry, we've gotten the max amount of applicants. We're no longer accepting them. I can't believe so many people signed up. Okay, anyways, let me go ahead and watch. Let me go ahead and watch Unaku here. What is the new build here? Let's see here. All right, Unaku. I'm watching you. Man, top right's kind of cute, though. Okay, so let's see here. We go over here.
Woot.
We kill them. And then we build the normal stuff. Then we start by moving this rock. We put it... Okay. We put the first rock here now. This is weird. Oh, by the way, Unaku, I had a question for you, because I saw you do this a few times. If you jump, drop, but it snaps, but you did it through a jump, does it still go inside at all, or is that consistent? Even if it snaps, is it consistent as long as you were doing a jump? Or do you have to make sure it doesn't do a snap? Anyways, okay. Okay, we put these two rocks. Apparently the playtest was full within 3 minutes. That's crazy. Okay, so let's see here. So you jump on top of this. Then you make 3 of those. Oh, wait, you can make it in just 2? Okay. Then you stand here. And then you drop 1, 2, 3. Then you jump here. Here. Drop a tree here. Then you drop a second tree and a bed. What is this setup, dude? What did you guys cook up? Then you walk here and drop another tree. What the hell did you guys do? Bro, who let them cook? Okay. Then you grab the tree and you pull it halfway to the right. Then you go on top of this tree, grab the bed, pull that halfway up. Dude, what is happening? Who let him cook? Then you jump here. Place a... Oh my god. Place a trampoline here. Now, normally the thing underneath me would be gone, but that's fine. Wait, this last one looks scary. Hold on. Wait. Unaku, am I supposed to drop this tree here right as I bounce, or when hold on. Oh, you do it right at the exact... You release right at the exact same time you touch the pad. Okay. Okay, so then... You get on top of this. Dude, who let him cook, Chad? Okay, and then you let go right as you land on it, and then hold right. Oh no, it technically landed on the bed. Oh no. Hold on, I gotta restart. Okay, hold on. So, let's see here. You go on top of this. Let me see if I remember how to do this. Okay, so then you do jump pad, jump pad, jump pad. Go here and here. Then you place a tree there. Oh, let me place down one extra thing. You're not going to get the right count for that step then. Okay, then once you have this tree here, you did one more to the left, right? Hold on. My God. Dude, who let him cook? For real. Who let the community cook? Okay, so you do tree, bed, jump here. Then you did a tree here. You place it in the middle. You drag that down. Then we jump on top of this. We put that here. Okay, and now to test this practice thing, I need to place one more thing so that despawns.
New towers strats. Hop.
I need to drop something that doesn't break. Hold on. Okay, so now I'm at the correct one where the bed is going to disappear. Okay, now we grab this. Okay, so now I have to, right as I land, drop it and hold right. Okay. Then we have to grab this trampoline, go down a little bit, drop that so it's in the middle. Then, wait, oh, we grab it to break it? Oh, never mind. Okay, so we break that. And then wait, what? We grab this and then try and jump and move it at the same time so it snaps. What happened? I mean, I know we were supposed to void out, but like, I didn't expect it to just happen. The middle of the tree is a no-go? Oh. Okay, can I be honest with you, chat? I don't mean to sound like dumb right now, but that was a hell of a confusing setup. I need to do that a couple of more times to get this down. Oh my God, that's a lot of steps. Okay, hold on. So we put that... We put it here. Drop it. And then we put this down here. Drop this here. Then we go here. One,
There is no way
two.
that's faster than the chests.
There's no way that... Yeah, if you do this quickly, this is apparently more than half a minute faster. Okay, then we go bam, bam. Then we go tree. Tree. Bed. Jump. tree, move, drop, bed, move up, drop. Then we go up on top of this. We drop trampoline. Then, just so the setup will work, I'm going to drop this enemy so that I'm at this spot. Then, we go on top of here. And then we do now. Okay. Then... we drop that. Okay, then it snaps in place. And I think now the setup's ready. Dude. That's crazy! This setup's nuts! This is a wacky setup. Okay. If you don't move the tree there, you just can't place the sign. Gotcha. Okay. So if you go to the right there, you still void out, even if you don't move the tree. So the void out happens if ever I go to the right there. It's just that... Unako, I have a question, because I'm assuming you've done a lot of runs with the setup now. Would you say that this setup has been more consistent at getting the warp, or is it equally inconsistent with getting the no warps? Because since we don't since like the garbage values that it uses to decide where to warp us to, I don't know if that's better with this setup. Because I will say one thing as an example, Unaku, of one thing, right? If you just do a random warp from this spot right here and you choose this warp, right, in the overworld without pointing to anything, I'm telling you right now, I never had a no warp. Doing that many times. I'm sure you can. I'm just saying I never had one. But I had a couple of crashes. Here, I've so far never had a crash, but I've had a lot of no warps. So... I assume then that I don't know if it's this, if it's the one you pick in the overworld. Oh, we only done 3 runs for this. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. So put this run down, and then oops, I forgot to do this. Okay. 1, 2, jump, jump. 1, 2, 1, jump, jump. Tree, tree, bed, tree, move tree. Move bed. Place that. Gonna do this for the setup. Then hold this. Line up. Place that here. Do not go to the right. Break that. Get snapped in place. Sign. The rock build itself is new for today, really. We used the chest earlier, and it was really not good with the warps. Gotcha, okay. I'm starting to get faster at doing this build. Okay, chat, I'm going to try and enter go mode and just do this as quickly as we can, okay? Hold on. Here we go. Let's pretend that we're in a run right now. I'm going to try and pretend I'm in a run and warp here, and then just go here, and then, like, do it like I would in a speed run. Okay. Kill. Kill. 1, 2, 1. Grab. Grab. Not need to let go of that rock anymore. Do that. Jump here. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1. Bed. Tree. Dude, I'm like overthinking the warp because of the setup. But anyways, we're getting it pretty fast now. Oh, you have to make sure the left trampoline is first. I didn't even think about that. Oh, yeah, that's true, Naku. I'm gonna be honest with you. I actually think the route that was the hardest for me to get it was the lag when we came right here. Do you remember this? When we walked up to this spot right here? I could not for the life of me do that setup consistently. That was, in my opinion, the hardest timing because it was so different from the one that I had learned. By the way, Unaka, do you know this? Because on this setup is different, because we just do a random warp. Are you able to press both start and minus? Like, would the wrong warp still work if you do start then go switch to minus? I don't know if it would or if it eats it up. Like, can you go for both? Wait, what? I'm sorry, what just happened? What the hell just happened? What? Huh? The trampoline broke. You're kidding, right? You're kidding me. That can just happen unluckily? The trampoline, a completely separate object, can just break the other object as it falls. That's crazy. Okay, anyways. I did it too fast. Oh yeah, I forgot to move the tree. You're right. Okay, I think I'm gonna do start and minus. Sorry. So Naku, so what you're saying is this: if I do start and minus, but I get start instead of minus, do I just start holding L and then I do the exact same thing as usual? Sorry, what would the inputs be if it comes through as a start instead of a minus? I do D-pad right to be safe. Wait, what do you mean? Sorry. Okay, let's get up there again and try. Hold on. So, tree, bed, tree. Grab tree, move to the right. Grab bed, move up. Place trampoline. Place a random thing because I have 4 echoes. Turn to the right, hold the thing. Place as you land. Grab this, move it down. Grab this, have it break. grab this, jump down, get snapped in the right place. Place the sign. I swear to God, I think the lag is different on this one. I'm not saying that it's copium, like it's... I'm saying it's a different timing. Because I haven't gotten it 3 times, I can tell you right up, it's definitely a different timing on the lag. I think Unaku's right. Obviously, like, it's a practice thing. Like, once I get used to this one, it'll be okay. It's technically not, like, necessarily harder. It's just that if it's a different timing, my muscle memory doesn't work. Because it is strange that timing does not work. Just want to check before I go, Linkus. Did you still want pants? Hell yeah, I want pants. But just get 3. The timing is later. I think I'm gonna try and get into the habit of pressing minus at the time I think I should, and then I'm gonna press start a tiny bit later, you know, like the bam. Chat, I'm gonna be straight up with you actually about something, because Macy's asking. I'm gonna be straight up with you, and this is like what I'm about to say right now. I'm not getting paid to say. I'm just gonna say it ahead of time before the ad comes out, just between you and me, chat. So Fabletics decided to sponsor the channel again, and I'm telling you something. If I'm being honest with you. I genuinely, my entire setup right now, even though I'm not getting paid, is literally the clothes Fabletics sent. Because the last months, the last time they sent it was more like summer clothes. It was all t-shirts and shorts, and I'm not a huge fan of wearing t-shirts or shorts. But this time, because it's fall, right? They have insane amounts of like long sleeve shirts, long pants, hoodies, jackets. You know me, Chad. I have a weak spot for those bomber jackets. They have bomber jackets. I love my hoodies. Like, it's literally like this month's drop was made for me, dude. I literally said to Maisie that it's almost bad because I've been talking about maybe launching merch at some point again. And I told Maisie, I was like, it's almost bad of how much I like these clothes right now because I'm going to be comparing whatever my future merch is going to be to the clothes I just got because they're so good. No, I'm telling you this, chat. If you actually think that what I'm saying is for some reason just for sellout reasons, I don't get paid if you buy it, okay? I get paid no matter what, okay? If you buy it or you don't buy it with my link, I don't get paid. You can do whatever you want. I'm just saying genuinely. Like, I'm happy that they're doing, like, long-sleeved stuff. All right, anyways, here we go. Okay, I did it later that time. Unaku is definitely right. Okay, so if I get it through pause instead of minus, let's see. So I hold L. No, he said D-pad right or L, but he said D-pad right is better. Okay, so you be D-pad left, right. Select. And then A. Unaku, can I now let go, or do I have to keep holding it throughout this whole time? Or can I just now release, do select again and do it? And you're fine? Okay. Nice. I swear to God, it's always Seaside Village. I've not gotten a warp at all or at Seaside Village. Do you stream every day? No, but my plan is, I don't know if I've said this on stream or not, but I can tell Maisie. I stream nowadays. My new one is, my new schedule is that I stream for, 4 to 5 days a week. I've been discussing this with Maisie off stream. I guess I can just share with you the conversation I had with her. It's not that personal. But basically what I told her is this. I said that I was talking to Maisie about work, and I told her that one thing I noticed when Echoes of Wisdom came out and I got back to grinding streaming like back in the day, I told her this. I said, the really fun thing about doing this grind I just did is something I noticed was that I didn't ever have a problem to go hit live. Basically, my problem for a while has been this. I will be like, oh, I should probably stream today. And then I sit down on my PC and then I relax for a bit. And then I'm lazy in bed and I don't really set the alarm. And then time goes on and then it gets later in the day. So then even if I didn't have YouTube that day, right, I still didn't stream. So there's days where I don't stream out of pure like laziness, where I could have streamed and I didn't actually have YouTube. And what I told Maisie is that what I'm going to do starting now is I'm going to start to actually not make a schedule, but I'm going to make sure that I stream the majority of days, because I am a human who needs habits. I have a really easy time to stream if I stream every day. And that's why it's been so hard for me with YouTube and Twitch, because with YouTube, I am forced to not stream certain days so that I can do YouTube on those days. And that made it so that I no longer could stream every day. Obviously, you know, being married also, you know, makes it so I don't have the time anymore to, you know, just stream every day. But anyways, so what I told Maisie was that what I'm going to do starting now is I'm going to try and actually stream at least 4 days a week, no matter what. Because then I actually have a really easy time to stream, because it's just kind of a habit again. It's sort of like if you have a normie job, even if you're not your own boss. I'm pretty sure you can relate to exactly what I'm about to explain right now. I almost kind of dislike vacations in one way. If you have had a normal job, I'm sure you can relate to this. When you come back from a vacation, it takes like 2 weeks to really stop dreading it as much, because you lost the schedule, the habit. Does that make sense? Like, when you're just in that zone of you're going to work every day, you're not really thinking about it, right? But then you have like a week off or something like that. When you come back, it's really hard initially, harder than it should be. Not because it's so sad that you lost vacation. I'm talking about purely that thing, at least for me. It's that thing of like, oh man, because I'm out of the, you know, the zone. I'm out of just doing it on routine. So that's why I'm planning to now. Also, when Maisie can help me with thumbnails, I'm like, some of my free time is more cleared up from YouTube. I want to get in a schedule of streaming more than at least 4 days a week, because then I have this kind of schedule that I'm just following, and I'm not kind of coming like from, oh, I went a week without streaming, oh, maybe I should stream, maybe I shouldn't, and it's so hard to get back to it. And also on top of that, with speed running, it's so much muscle memory that with the muscle memory of streaming, or sorry, of speed running, it also feels annoying because I'm rusty and I make mistakes I shouldn't. Okay, I clearly don't have this timing down well, but as long as I can build it fast, I'm happy, and I feel like I can build this fast now. Okay, let's move on to the rest parts of the run. There are new parts of the run too. There are a bunch of new strats for endgame we have to do, because now we no longer get the spider, which is another big time save. Oh shit, you're right. My Strantola split will no longer work. I'm just gonna make it leave SR instead, I guess. Even though that split is gonna be completely pointless now because it's so little gameplay. I don't want to mess up my splits. Wait, there is new movement from Seaside here. Crap. I'm assuming it's been timed at least. I'm just gonna blindly believe that it's been timed, and that's why Unako and a bunch of other runners are doing the new overall movement. Yeah, chat, do you remember how we finally at the end of last stream figured out a way to make it a little bit less rough to get hit by the enemies? That's all gone now, because now the new route doesn't get the spider anymore. So all of that nice stuff we had going on where it was like, oh, we can finally figure out some setups so that we're less likely to get hit. Yeah, all gone. All gone. Hi, Owen. Owen, now it's been a little bit longer. Have you had time to check out the run yet? This spider skip strat made me not finish a run for 2 days. Wait, really? Oh, then maybe I'll keep the spider in the route, but switch to the other new strats. If it's really that much harder, maybe I'll actually keep that in. Because I'm not going for world record necessarily. I'm mostly want to make sure I can go for a really good time, like a top 3 time. And I think with like this skipping the spider, it doesn't save that much time. I'm guessing it saves tops 20 seconds to 30. Actually, because you're losing time on slower strats because you don't have the spider, it probably isn't that much. It's probably a pretty minor thing. Okay, anyways, let's see here. So you go here. Go here. I'm sorry, what? Oh, you have to drop a... Oh, yeah, drop a thing here. If that happens, I guess the fastest backup is that. Do you go in between those 2 trees there when you drop down? You do, okay. Okay, then we go here.
Yo.
Hi, Pie Bandits. Thank you for the 92 months. I appreciate it. Unaku, you know I like you as a friend, so I'm going to give you some genuine life advice, and I have nothing to gain from this. I'm just saying this because I appreciate you as a friend. Now when the world record is 35:51 and you have the world record, I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart, escape any percent while you can. I know you've really been loving Echoes of Wisdom, so play a category before you're too burnt out of early game, man. I've seen your streams. The energy levels on early game has gone from this to just... You're about to hit rock bottom, man. You gotta start another category before it hits like the absolute bottom, okay? Otherwise, it's all ogre. Oh, you're picking up all dungeons? Saved. Damn, my run hasn't been approved yet. I'm sitting here pause champing, dude. Wait, I just realized I've been looking at the leaderboard and I'm like, oh my god, I'm about to be top 3 once it's approved. I just realized I think it's just other people have not submitted their times. I think I'm like 4 for 5th technically. So in my head, I was like, dude, when it updates, I'm going to be top 3. I realized actually, no. The reason I was the update the other ones too, I'm not going to be top 3. Well, it will still be a good time. Oh, wait, quickly. Oh, yeah, I think actually I saw something. I think it's faster to not get the warp there, and instead you use this overworld warp, I think. I think you can do overworld warp twice. I think you can choose this one. Wait, that failed. Is the timing different on D-pad right? If you do overworld to overworld? That's weird. Haven't failed that in ages. I guess I'm about to find out, Unaku. Oh yeah, I gotta update the world record command. Unaku, can I just say, and this is like, I think it's so funny that you just turn into the bot. You were like, duh, not updated. I gotta correct this myself. I respect it though. I respect it. You know what? If I had the world record, I might have done the same. I can't knock you for that. No, do you prefer Unaku or just or Unaku TV? I'll do TV because it's your Twitch name. 3551. Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay, so anyways, chat, there is a new strat for fighting these enemies right here. Apparently, you can just stand AFK and literally the bulb won't be able to hit you. It's just gonna go in a circle around you and get destroyed by the spikes. Apparently. I don't know how actually precise this is, but I mean, we're gonna try it because it looks awesome. Also, Unaku, that setup that I just did there, by the way, definitely the A timing is a little bit slower. Okay, so for this one... Okay, so for the start, you drop... You immediately... Hold on, let me... So when the room starts, you run to the right, you drop a little ocean guy there, and then you stand there. And once they spawn, you start jumping and throwing it, killing this guy. Then once the fight is about to be done... Let's see here. You stand on that floor texture, and you drop one there, and one there. Oh, the setup isn't actually for the keys. The setup is literally for the one that spawns the one on the top. So it's okay if the keys hit you. And then immediately once the... Hold on. And then immediately once the third one dies, you go down to there, and you do there. Okay. Did I save? I don't know if I did. Let me save just in case. Was this the texture? Oh no, wrong part. Okay, it works. Okay, so then we go down to, hold on. Okay, so there it instantly kills them. Then you go down to here. And you stand right here. Huh? That's too far down. He didn't even go into my body though. That's so weird. He was just next to me. It was like we were holding hands at most. Okay. Go right. Place an urchin, stand here. Uh-oh. Dude, this is so sick. Holy crap, that's awesome. Dude, that's awesome. Okay, I get it. So basically, if you stand underneath roughly where one of them spawns, it won't ever be able to hit you. So you do it for the one that's you do it for the really slow one on the first wave of enemies, or for the second wave, and then you can do it for the whole Lionel. And it's really fast because he's getting hit so often. Holding hands, learning MSS. Good times, dude. Okay, stand next to this texture here. Oh, it didn't work. Hold on, I need to like really analyze and see exactly where it's going on Inaku's VOD here when he's doing the upright. Because I want to see exactly... Okay, so you want to be like really on the texture. You really want to be on the texture in that corner, but a little bit to the right. Inaku is a little bit to the left of what's the optimal. Oh, I'm not saying optimal as in like it didn't make a time difference. I'm saying like obviously I want to get used to like what's the very much middle. So if I'm a little bit off, it will still work. Bro is flaming? No, I'm not. I'm saying I want to know where the perfect middle is so that when I do not get perfectly in the middle, because obviously I just won't be able to always get perfectly in the middle, it will still work. Damn it. Yes, Maisie. Okay, this is a bit harder than I thought. I thought this was a free strat. Maybe I should do a slower strat for the second one and then do the new strat for the third one. I feel like there's more room. I feel like there's more room for failure on the second one. Still hit me. I don't get it. Too far to the right? Really? Okay, I'm gonna try and just stand literally dead ass on the corner of the floor texture. Not even like right of it, just straight on it and see if it works. Okay, so this is what I don't get about the second one. So sometimes the keys all just die when they spawn in. Sometimes they don't. They just straight up attack you and move you and kill you. Even in Unako's video, he gets hit. Almost twice, by the way, I should clarify. Actually, no, he does get hit twice. You just have to hope you don't take damage from the moblins. Oh, no. But if I just trust Link full-heartedly. So why did that one not work? I know I didn't place down the urchins yet, but like, why was that not working? Too far down? Oh my god. Hold on, so I go from here, and then I go... Do I want to stand like here then? Like above this white part of the floor? Yeah, I think I want to stand above the white dot. Okay. Okay, let me try. Alright, Link, do your thing. Too high up, I presume? He's losing it, chat? Dude, I'm losing it for real. Link? Okay. The only reason I'm using top-down camera here is I would use top-down camera if I could go into settings and do toggle for top up, for top right, instead of having to hold a button. Oh, wait. There's no settings in video games from Nintendo. My bad. Like, if this was any other game, it would have a toggle and a hold option, and then I would like press that button and use it for the setup. But there is literally no way to change that. Zero. So because of that, I'm like, well, I'm not doing that because I'm not walking around holding my right analog stick because it would make it so much harder to do this. What? That is not too far down. That is bullshit. I'm straight up at the same height as Unaku is. You can go top down. Yeah, if you hold in the right analog stick, you can have a top down view. You still thought that was too far down? Oh, wow. I guess I should be more above the white dot than I have been. Oh, wow. Well, I want to practice, so I'm gonna... just gonna kill these guys manually. That is a big explosion radius. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I thought this was gonna be like kind of a free strat. I feel like I was very misled by this strat. I'm not saying it can't make it consistent. I'm saying I really was like, oh, you just gotta stand there and he just does it. Nah, it's like really precise to get the angle right. Okay. Yeah, I'm starting to get more consistent at it at least. Sorry, Chad. I need to do this a couple of more times. This is such a major thing for the run that like I have to have this down like a little bit more consistent than I am right now before I jump into runs. Because I'm not sitting through 25 minutes of early game to then get a really difficult rung warp, and if I get all of that, I just die here. Ain't no way, dude. Now that was a hot kill. I can't believe that's not too far to the right. My urchins are definitely in bad positions, but like I'm not moving. Is there anything else on Null you need to practice? Wait, Unaku, did you watch my PB? Unaku, did you see my PB? My 40-minute time, 40:08. Did you watch that? I know you were asleep. Okay, I actually shouted you out in that run. I have to show you this. I gave you a great shout out there in that run. Hold up. Hold up. Okay, check this out, Unaku. This is all you, buddy. Sloppy first cycle, it's fine. We're gonna get a better second one, I'm sure. Link, what are you doing? Link, what are you doing? Dude, I can't believe runners actually try and claim that Link's AI is copium. Whoever said the blaming Link's AI is copium is crazy. I obviously understand that you can do different things to like increase or lower your chances of Link's AI working, but like literally look at Link that whole time. Look at him. I understand that like the logic was probably that I was get a better second one. Here's my assumption to how that Link AI worked. Here's my quick assumption. Link determines where he wants to walk to attack it. An urchin was there that was blocking his walking path, and the AI is not good enough to find an alternate walk path, so it just completely freaks out and doesn't know what to do because it can't go to where it originally wanted to go to. So I understand I could have maybe moved and put the urchin something else. I is literally earlier in that stream, Unaku, I said that that in an earlier fight, I said I'm losing time due to Link's AI. And someone said, Unaku says that anyone who says that they lost time due to Link's AI is only copium. And I was like, I understand that there's truth. That's truth to some extent. If you like get better at how to move around, you can mitigate having to rely on Link's luck. But then this happened literally on the next run, and I'm like, Look at this Link.
Link, what are
You're
you
telling
doing?
me that this right here is
Link, what are you
copium.
doing?
Like,
Dude, I can't believe runners actually try and claim that Link's AI is copium. Whoever said the blaming Link's AI is copium is crazy.
like it was the worst luck I've ever seen. Like, yeah, sometimes like you're in the way, but like when I saw that attempt and I was like, dude, that's insane. That's crazy. It was hands down the worst one. You know what's sad though, Naku? For real? I'm not even kidding. That literally lost me sub 40. I know I didn't lose a record. I definitely was gameplay reason. I lost 2 minutes on the last fight compared to the record at that time. That was not all Link. But the 8 seconds lost, dude, was literally that. Like stuff like that. Oops, game audio. Damn it. It's a little bit hard sometimes to get back into position. He spit out a bomb. The other one had spit one out earlier, and its chain exploded the bombs. The commands aren't working. DocSpot's having problems. Someone of my mods would have to ping Paradox and have the bot reset. Okay, so if this happened, I'm gonna do this. Ouch. I think I'm supposed to be a little bit more up technically to be optimal, right? That was almost too far down, right? Okay, well, at least I'm starting to understand how it works. I do not thankfully have to change this setup here in this next room because I'm not going to skip the spider. So it'd be still the same as it used to be. So bam, 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 bam. Nope, nope, no, what am I doing? Wait, I shouldn't heal up all the way because actually in a normal run, I would assume I actually would have this low of a health. Even because you always get hit by the keys. Okay, is it the same strat as it was before? Let me double check. Drop that. Okay, it's slightly different. Now okay, so now you go to the bottom to try and make it so that you don't have to grab the guy. Okay, let me see actually if I feel like that's consistent. I can't get a good representation on this because I have 4 instead of 3. I think I'm going to keep grabbing him. I'm going to be honest. It's so good to grab him because usually like it doesn't lose any time because of how long Link takes on the left side. So I think I'm just actually going to grab him and do the same strat I did before. Grab. Because usually what happens is if you happen to get good luck with Link and he's already killed the enemies, then usually what happens is Link just ends up, yeah, killing it through the bar when you go left. Okay. I think I'm probably ready for runs. I'm a little bit scared of doing runs again, but I think I'm ready. Because I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna. Well, I'm gonna stick to having the spider, so there shouldn't be anything new I need to do here. The record is 3551 by Unaku TV. He's some random Swede. I don't know, man. Can't stand these darn Swedes. Darn Swedes ruining our speedruns, exactly. Swedish people just stink, man. What can I say? Alright, I'm gonna go through the final boss fight one time because I haven't ran the game for a week now. I swear to God, sometimes it just doesn't want to grab there. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna stand more to the side here and drop these. Of course, Link wants to walk over to where I am. Link coming over like, hey, you're on the left side? Hey, this is where I wanted to be, man. Feels like a shameless plug every time. It is, trust me. It doesn't feel like what it is. You could do it if you want to. I'm just saying, okay? Don't try and half cap at me and try and be like, oh man, what a bit of a shameless plug. No, 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 okay? Embrace it, okay? It is a shameless plug, okay? There's no way around it, okay? It's true, so I'm not saying to stop. I'm just saying, don't try and be like, oops. It's a little bit of a shit. No, 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 it is. It totally is, okay? But it's fine, because it's shameless. That's the point, right? It's okay to do it. But don't try and give me that back, man. I know exactly how this works. Link. 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 Thank you. Also, can you guys believe how early I went live today? We're on a roll. Actually sort of EU friendly. You know what's exciting though, Unaku, by the way? Since some of the VODs for your records have been doing pretty decent on YouTube, if you didn't have it already, they should push you over the limit to be able to apply for YouTube partner. Because I'm assuming the watch time's pretty decent on them. But no, that'll be exciting for you, Naka, trust me. And in the future, if another game comes out, trust me, because you're uploading VODs. If you're able to get 20,000 views on a VOD, because it's a VOD, so the video is so long, if you place the recommended amount of ad spaces, you actually make really decent money on that. And then you can buy the Pro Controller you've been wanting. Okay, play spider, stay against the wall, go up. Play spider, go up against the wall, go down. I can't believe the new route wants to do this without spider. It sounds terrible. Damn. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, never mind. Link. Damn it. Oh, nice. Still a 2-cycle. I thought it was gonna be a 3-cycle for sure. Forgot my own strat. I brain farted. Dude, I swear to God, I will never get over how bad the targeting system in this game is. I never realized it when I was doing my casual playthrough because I never targeted things. But the fact that it never just does what's the closest is so weird to me. All right. Yo, thank you so much, Penguin, for the 5-viewer raid. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. What a giga chat. Okay, that would have killed me. If this was a real run, that would have sucked. Come on, Link. Damn it. 3-cycle. Go right, 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 up, left, left. Okay, at least we didn't get Goma. Oh my God, target. All right, and there it is. GG. If I were to do that in a run, that would be sub 40 minutes. Did I say year instead of viewer again? There's no way. Anyways, thank you. Well, thank you, Penguin, for the 5-viewer raid. There's no way I said year again. Anyways, there it is. And world record! 0 seconds, 0 minutes, 0 milliseconds. Echoes of Wisdom any percent. No one has done it faster, and no one will do it faster ever again. Can't beat it 0 seconds. There it is. You were here, chat. 0-second world record. Woo! Oh, man. What a legit run. All right, let's get into the actual runs. You did it in -1? Man. Exactly. People start now doing this, but they do this. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Easy. All right, 3, 2, 1. Pause champ. Go! All right, let's do this, chat. I'm gonna use the bathroom quickly. Clean his hands in the West. Exactly. This cutscene is perfectly timed for a bathroom break. I'm telling you right now. It is perfectly timed. It is like just barely not too short. Wait, oh wait, speaking of which, I think, isn't there technically a slightly faster way now to do Ganon as well? Isn't there a way now, isn't there a slightly faster method now where you bomb chew arrow him? I forgot to practice that. Well, let's just see if I can do it. I think it's literally just hold A to get a bomb chew, hold up right, and then drop it, and then immediately shoot an arrow. Oh, you can't. Okay. Noted for future, you can't turn around once you've started charging. Oh, he turns around if you target, so you can start charging it up before. Well, I guess I can try it because I messed up. Okay, so enter the room. I will never get over how awkward it is, how long you have to wait from taking out a bomb to being able to throw it. It is such an awkward additional timing. Cool. That's why I just spam it. I don't even try and time it. It's so weird. As someone who's played basically all 2D and 3D Zeldas, this game, and I know it's not a big deal, thankfully, because you just play as Link for so little of the game, but his timing for like when you can take out the bomb, when you can throw the bomb, and when you can take out the next one is so artificially weird. It has nothing to do with this animation, just like some weird random in-game time that I guess they felt was appropriate. Yeah, once you have a level 2, I lost my train of thought. Sorry, once you have a level 2 bomb upgrade in the overworld or at the start of the game, because Link starts at his level 2 state, the upgrade that happens to the bomb is that if you hold A, you will get a bomb chew out. Sorry, I got a random email and I looked at it and I was like, oh, I don't need to worry about that. It's just a random email. And then for some reason, my brain was completely just desynced. I was like, what was I talking about? I don't know if that's worth it. You can save like 1 second by trying to get a perfect quick spin in there, but it's really hard before the attack, and it saves like 1 second. I think I'm going to switch back to just doing it after the attack. I think it's better. All right. Because I don't want to reset everyone like early game. Okay. Hey, Linkus, can you try adding any % to the title? Oh. That is why. Sorry. I forgot about that. You're absolutely right. That's why. It didn't have a tag to look for. Yeah, I'll actually explain. So there's a reason why I have a custom bot called DocsBot that I commissioned my friend to make. And it's not the normal big one like MooBot or Nightbot or Stream Elements, etc. So one thing that I noticed very early on is that having a world record command is harder than it seems. So there are two approaches to it. Now, the first approach, which is the most common one, is that you have like WRTWWNE, which would be the world record for the Wind Waker any %, right? But I'm sure you can imagine when people join the chat, they don't know what the hell to do for the world record command. Or PB command. They come in and they just do exclamation world record, exclamation mark PB. So then what happened when I noticed this anytime I'd watch someone's chat that had this, is that what would happen is someone would come in, they would post a thing, it wouldn't show up because they did exclamation mark world record, and then either a mod / viewer had to then post a second message which had the actual correct command, or if the chat is not super active and it's a smaller streamer, the streamer still had to answer what's world record. The other approach is that you just have a world record command, you give your mods access to the chat bot, and then they have to remember to update it every time you change game or category. But that's also annoying because one, you have to rely on always having mods around, and then B, it's really easy to forget, and if that often doesn't get changed eventually, and you just have that trend. So here is what I commissioned for the bot that we use here, because it's a custom one. This is the Giga Chat thing that I suggested. I basically went to my friend who was actually good at stuff. Oh my god, I didn't walk far enough. Okay. That's it. I'm not gonna reset again. It's stupid. Okay. So I went to my friend and I said this. I asked him what you can request from the API even after they restricted the API accesses, because they restricted the API accesses like a few years ago. And you could still request certain information publicly without being the owner, including the title. So here was my thought. I said this. Would it be possible to make a bot where if someone does exclamation mark world record, it pulls the Twitch's API, it looks at the game category you're in and the title, so it looks for the game, and then it uses the title to discover a tag. That tag would be any %, 100%, etc., etc. And if it's able to find that, it then knows what to do. So basically on the bot that we have, right, we do the game for the category that is on Twitch, and then we do the category tag, so any %, 100%, all dungeons, etc. So that means that if someone does world record, the bot does an API check. It checks what the category is. It checks what I have in the title. And if it comes through, then it just spits out the actual world record. So that means that you no longer ever have to update it, and it will always be able to. Now, I did forget to put any % speedrun in the title. That's completely my bad. But as long as you remember to put the category in the title, it will always work. But yeah, it's a really convenient and smart solution to make it just one command PB and world record, and it can do from the database. Little extra cool fun fact, by the way, actually, and it was kind of good that we didn't implement this. Do you guys want to know something even cooler? So, Paradox, who helped me code they coded this bot, both me and him used to be really good friends with Pack. Paradox specifically was really close friends with him. I would say I was friendly with Pac. You might be wondering, okay, but who is this Pac guy? Well, Pac was the founder and CEO of Speedrun.com before he sold the company. And we actually Paradox talked to Pac about being able to draw from the database, and we were actually going to do that for a while. So what the plan was we weren't going to have to manually update what the PB or record was. Instead, anytime someone asked, put the command message in the chat, it wasn't only going to pull from Twitch's API. Wrong button. Dude, are you kidding me? It was also going to pull from speedrun.com's database to then get the world record from there, meaning it would always be updated. And we actually did a trial version of that tool that I'm talking about right now. You might be wondering, though, what happened to that, Linkus? Well, I'll tell you what happened. Twitch chat happened. Because I'll tell you exactly what happened during that 1 week of trial when we did that system, when everything was automated. Someone gets world record and submits it to speedrun.com, and it has not yet been approved by the mods because the mods, I don't know, maybe they're busy or maybe they need to verify, whatever. And then someone comes in and does world record, and it posts the current world record on the top of the leaderboard. But then someone comes in and goes, actually, the world record is now blah, 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 blah by this guy. He actually said it yesterday. And then people are like, yeah, update the command, Linkus. Update the command. Command's outdated. And I would be like, no, but like, it's not on speedrun.com yet. It's not. So if you were around my stream back around, like, I think 2017, you might have even heard me say that when we first launched the bot, that I used to say that it takes from what's the official record for speedrun.com. But like I said, I stopped doing that for that simple reason. We stopped pulling it from the database and just manually updated now. Because when we know it's from a runner who's, you know, legit, so it's gonna be verified, it's just waiting for verification to be approved, then in that case, then we're just gonna add it in before it's been verified. The community actually had a way you could sign up if you wanted to volunteer to be a speedrun.com moderator for Echoes of Wisdom. And I didn't sign up for one reason. I either am considered to be a terrible mod or a fast mod. I'll tell you exactly what I do. I verify runs quickly if I'm a speedrun mod, but I don't want to for one reason. People really dislike how I mod because what I do is if it's a name that I recognize, so they're part of the community, I put more trust into them. So I look at the start of the VOD, I make sure they started the timer when it was supposed to start. Then I look to make sure they ended the timer at the right time. And if that all matches up, then I click verify. Like, if it's that's literally it, because in my opinion, that's all that needs to be done. If it's someone that has been around the community, that's just basically all I do. That's it. But I know people think that you can't do that as a mod. You have to check the whole VOD to make sure it's all good and you didn't, you know, do anything. But in my opinion, I'm like, okay, the VOD's 40 minutes long. The PB is 38:50. There's a bit of time at the beginning and the end. Clearly, he didn't pause the timer. It was live streamed on Twitch. He is around all the time. This person is doing attempts every single day. I'm just gonna verify it. Because if it's not world record, I just believe in people. Because in my opinion, that's just the best way to do it. But yeah, I didn't even want to try because I know from past times that people get really mad when they find out that I don't watch the records that I verify. So I'm like, nah, I'm not even gonna try and send him an application here. But yeah, in my opinion, if it's not a world record or and it's from a runner who like is part of the community, they stream every day, it was a live stream PB, I put very little scrutiny towards it. I know that technically you could still cheat that. I'm just saying I just don't. Plus, here's the honest truth. And people are gonna be maybe a little bit sad hearing this, but this is the honest, this is just a fact. If someone on a newer HD game wants to cheat, they always can. If you know what you're doing, there is technically no way to detect it, and you always have to put some faith and hope in people. Does that make sense? Like, you just have to believe in people. Because the old methods of, oh, the static sound of the old console makes it so that you can hear a hum in the background, so you can see if there's a splice in the audio. One, you could mask that. Two, it doesn't even apply to HD games. So, like, usually when people get busted for splicing, it's usually people who are like Pepega and missed out on, like, a rupee. You know, like, being miscounted, or a coin that randomly disappeared that shouldn't have. Or, like, the cursor wasn't. But, like, if someone is, like... If someone cares... If someone really cares to hide their tracks, then there's... For many times, there's no way to hide it. Which is why I will say this forever. In my opinion, the best way to avoid cheaters, if you really care, is to mandate that runs are live streamed. And if it is a world record, they have to show at the end that it is actually live. Like, for example, hey, can you just quickly verify that you can press the home button so it's not playing a video and you're faking it live? You know what I mean? That's the easy way to do it, okay? Require world records to be live streamed, and then once you are at the end of the run, just do something like, hey, here, look at the camera. Bam, bam, look, I'm moving the cursor around in this menu. I'm clearly doing this live. This was not just me playing back a recording. Hearts of Line people. I'm literally talking about world record. Anyways, thank you, Number Play, for the 52-month resub. Have you heard that Splits.io is shutting down in December? I did hear that. I'm a bit sad, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Oh.
Wasn't Gymnast's 59-minute world record run not live streamed? It was not, but like, that wasn't even for a leaderboard. Also, this is not a rule for Echoes of Wisdom. I'm just saying, like, the only community I know that actually does what I'm suggesting right now is games like, by a standard rule, I should say, is, for example, Super Mario Brothers. Super Mario Brothers 1 is so perfectly emulated, and has been around for so long that it's so impossible. It would be so easy for someone to fake a speedrun of Mario's on the NES, Super Mario Brothers. You have to live stream it, and you have to show your setup at the end of a record, and that it was live and everything like that. Everything has to be shown. You literally have to show, like, your setup and everything with your camera. However, there's one thing that has happened in many communities, which is this. Sometimes there are certain community members who get sus. It has happened in communities that doesn't have the rule that you have to show the setup, that people will come into the chat and they will be like, hey, dude, can you quickly show this? So, like, literally while they're live, someone is seeing the run, is like, this is kind of sus. This is kind of weird. So then they ask them to for additional evidence, like, hey, can you just, like, show that you can move around in the menu right now? Because let's be honest, even if it's not a rule, if the person's like, no, sorry, I can't, then you know it's cheated. Because if it's not cheated, even if it's not part of the rules, anyone who just got a record, who's like asked to just like show that they can do some inputs and it's not a recording, would just do it in a heartbeat. They wouldn't just be like, no, there's no rule against that, so I'm not going to show it. Isn't that time loss though? No, the run's already completed. Oh, by the way, chat. I haven't been. I've been so busy today that because I had, you know, my internet and stuff to do IRL today with AT&T. Did I misunderstand this, or did the hurricane that hit Florida yesterday get weaker than everyone thought, so it was less devastating? Because I haven't had time to look it up, but I saw some people talking about that even though it was expected to be a category 4 or 5, it got downgraded to a 3 as it was about to hit. So even though obviously it was bad, it was not, thankfully, as devastating as people were scared that it would be. Yeah, I did hear that actually a lot of the damage was not specifically just from the water, but from the tornadoes that were spawning in. Oh my god, I'm such a gamer. Oh, that hurts me after I said that out loud. Whatever, I'm not. I'm just gonna stay with it. Some tornadoes spawned in. Hi, Abby. My favorite. A YouTuber I watched once saw a dog fall and he referred to it as fall damage. I'm scared about the next generation. Like, I feel like our generation is already kind of cooked. So there's people who are growing up, like, 'cause at least I got to live the first, like, you know, 13 years of my life without being indulged. And even when after 13, when I got onto social media, it was first a very different place. And also, two, I mostly use social media on my computer because the storm of smartphones had not yet hit the mainstream like it has now. So I'm more scared about the young people, because if my brain is already getting this cooked, dude, whenever I see, like, you know, these 5-6-year-olds with these big ass iPhones, oh my goodness, when they become adults, it is going to be a social media nightmare. Do you ever drive a car, it turns to red light, and you say, darn bad RNG? That's going to be a time loss. I have never said bad RNG, darn, that's going to be a bad time loss. However, I had many times said, oh, bad RNG, when a light just barely turns red on me. I have said that a few times for sure. Do I need the tree echo? Oh, thank you for the reminder. I do need to get the tree echo. Wait, where does Loli get it in this next room? Inaku. Inaku, I'll never get used to your name change. Where is it? Where is it? You've been doing great. I'm getting more used to it. For anyone who doesn't know, Inaku's username used to be lol I cry. So, and I knew him by that username for, God, I want to, man, I mean, it's years. It's over 5+ years of me knowing you by that name.
Yeah.
Oh, did it switch from weekly to monthly? I can probably change that. No, it's still weekly. I've always done weekly. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, you can choose yourself as a streamer if you want to do weekly or monthly. I've always just done weekly. Okay, I'm gonna get a time loss here, but it is fake. And I mean that. That's not like copium. Like, literally, we get tree here, which was not part of the old split. So... wake up. I wasn't used to having 3 in there in that menu. Messed up. I think I'm going to keep the boulder just for now in case I get the ice enemies, so I can guarantee not getting hit at the end of the game. Yeah, there's people who've gotten sub 40. The world record right now is 35. My run is quite outdated at this point, sadly, already. However, I feel like now things are finally starting to slow down, so I won't have new stuff to learn every time I come back. Are you winning, son? Of course. Do you know what I thought about, by the way, when it comes to Wind Waker? And I haven't actually thought of this perspective before until I got a question. So I'm not doing Wind Waker right now, but so maybe for people who haven't watched... Actually, I feel like most people here who have seen me do Wind Waker. But anyways, I was going to say, I had this thought, okay? So, does anyone remember how I used to feel that it was really unfair back in the day when I ran Wind Waker HD, that I could keep up with someone's run, but I would be slower than them only because I wasn't as fast on pause as they were? Because then if anyone doesn't know Wind Waker HD, I actually had a really hard time due to my hands to do fast pausa. So I had to do really slow pausa, meaning that people could save like a minute over me if they were really good. And just doing the manual super sim trick. So it felt really annoying when I was grinding, for example, any percent. And I would be like, dude, my splits are faster, but they were faster due to being faster on MSS. I had this thought because I got this question the other day when I was streaming Wind Waker. Do you think people feel that way about unbuffered now? Like, am I on the other end of that now? Am I part of the end now that people get annoyed at? Because like I said, I remember I got annoyed I couldn't do fast pause on HD. But now I'm one of the, like, 2 people who can do unbuffered, right? So does that mean the people who, like, are doing buffered are, like, just as mad at me as I was back then at everyone else who could do fast pausa? Because it all comes down to the same thing, which is a physical limitation. Like, I can make my arm go fast enough to do the minimum 17 per second. And usually have to have an average of around 1920, but I can't do the pause buffering. Yeah, I saw that the world record got dropped down, Awesomers. I'm gonna have to I knew this day was going to come. I was just hoping it was going to take a bit longer. I was hoping it was going to take a bit longer to optimize the record, so I didn't have to yet learn the door cancel route, but now I have to compete. Because the previous run that Low Kirby got had about 1.5 minutes of mistakes, meaning that I could, like... I could skip doing the terrible the door storage route, but still compete for a record. But now I basically have to do the fastest route. At the very least, one nice thing about it, Awesomers, is that even though the trick sucks ass, it does make the order different. And why am I saying this? Because it will make me never have to do that terrible dark super swim again. Like, you know, the one across the entire ocean. At least that's out of the route, which was like it's the hardest trick for me. And for most people, I guess. I remember Demon back in the day also losing runs to that. Like, it was just a terrible trick. Why did you drop an insane PB on Wind Waker and then dip, Linkus? Okay, Benki. I need to clarify something. It's not dipping if you do one day of another video game. That ain't it, man. All right, I streamed Wind Waker. The next day I streamed Echoes of Wisdom. Just because of that, I haven't dipped. I could run more than one thing. And to answer your question why I didn't do Wind Waker today, I actually was planning to, but I said this in the beginning of the stream. I didn't sleep much tonight. I only had 5 hours of sleep. And I need a perfect night of sleep to be able to do Unbuffered Manual Super Swim. Like, that's not an over-exaggeration. That's not like, oh, haha, funny. No. Dead ass, I cannot. No matter how much coffee I drink, does not matter. I need to be in a perfect rested state to be able to have my body tense my muscle up in the way it needs to do Unbuffered. That is not something that I can simply just, like... drink coffee on, feel a little bit more awake and do. I need to be like in a perfect state because it is such a physical demanding thing that I can't just kind of do it. And many people who have watched my stream for a long time will know how a bad MSS day looks like. It's not a fun stream for me, or for chat for that matter. A bad day for MSS is basically I play the game and I spend an hour to get a run going. 4, 5, 6, 7. I spend basically an hour to get a run going. Now, it kind of is okay to do that, honestly speaking. If, oh my god. Menuing is hard. It's kind of okay to do that if I'm doing a really long category. Because if I'm doing a really long category, like let's say I'm doing all dungeons... or 100%, then like I'm okay technically by doing that, which is I take a long time to get a run going, but I don't have to reset so quickly. But this is any percent, dude. And with any percent, I do a lot of MSS in one day. Like a lot. Meaning I need to be on point. I can't just be kind of on point. Damn it! washed. Dude, this is a brand new strat. This is the first time I'm doing it. Got it. Okay, I can still PB this run if we get the correct warp here. Okay. Well, we can still have a chance at a PB, so let's keep going. There's some new endgame strats to save time. I did lose a lot of time right there, but hey, at least we got a run going. Yeah, we didn't get a crash, and that's really nice. I think crashes are really rare. So crashes are pretty rare. I have still not gotten one. However, I would say about half of the time, at least with the old setup, I would get a no warp. Meaning the music stops and I just don't get the warp at all. Now my timing is late because I'm used to the other one with a lag where I have to do it slower. Oh no. The two different times are going to be very hard for muscle memory. Alright. Well, if we can get all the fights right, like I said, we can still get a sub 40, so let's keep it up. It's kind of crazy, though, that I basically did a third try tower, and I still only lost 30 seconds because the new strat saves so much time.
Good luck, Linkus Sip.
Thank you, Anton, for the Prime Gaming 17 months. I appreciate it. Thank you for the good lucks. All right, here we go. Please, let's get these strats. Link. I have never once in practice seen him literally not hit any of them with that quick spin. That's crazy to me. Not even once did he ever just kill none of them. That's crazy. Link! Dude, I need health now. Well, except for that first phase, at least we got the strat for second and we got the hard parts. Unbelievable. I like early paused and it just boop. I'm better than that. That should not happen. Sag. Let's just consider this to be Rust, because we haven't ran the game in like a week. That's really all this is, chat. It's not that I'm not confident necessarily enough in Spider Skip. It's more that I am okay if I don't get a record, but I get really close to a record. And after hearing that Unaku, who I consider to be one of the world's best speedrunners of Echoes of Wisdom, had 2 days in a row of runs where he couldn't finish a single run doing Spider Skip, it made me realize that that is 100% not worth it. Like, the time save versus the amount of penalty is not worth it, especially when you consider the fact that unless I start running this game like super much, then I'm just going to be slower in general with a lot of strats, which would actually result in like, it would overall result in me being slower, I actually think. Just because it would be so much more rare for me to get a run to the end game that I'll probably start settling for worse fights and losing more time in other places and be safe. So I just don't really think that it adds up to being worth it. So yeah, saving 20 seconds for making the run 10 times harder is guaranteed not worth it, in my opinion. I'll do the other stuff, like I'll do the new tower. It's slightly more tricky, but it's not too bad, and it saves more time than the Spider Skip. Easy, dude. Gladly do that. All right, you know what? I don't have an optimal gold for this final fight. Let's just see if we can get a gold. I don't think... Okay, I could technically save 2 minutes here if I literally tie the world record type of fight here, which I'm not going to do. But we could still get a big gold at least, so... Link, go away. Link, stop pushing me. Why do you always pick right next to me? Even if I go right side, you still do it. Yeah, that makes sense. Retarget Link 3 times instead of the hand. Pepega. There we go. Nice. Got a quick grab. Okay. Dude, I really think that you should make it so you can control Link as a second player. That would be sick. And trust me, that would make the speed on here so much faster. Oh my god, we would make it fast. I got hit during the Void Out. I don't know if that actually counts as damage. It does. Link! It stopped being stretched out because he went to the left there and then right. God damn it. Yeah. You got me some.
Uh-oh. Did I ruin it?
That's okay. What's up?
Were you gonna PB?
Probably unlikely. What's up?
Got you something?
You got me something?
Yeah, you wanna see what it is?
Yeah. What'd you get me?
Okay.
You want me to change my camera?
Sure, why not?
Okay. What did you buy me, Maisie?
Okay, well, I got you a pair of pants
Okay. Get Adidas pants. Love to see it.
and a pair of pants.
Nice. 2 Adidas pants. Love to see it.
And then I got you a pair of pants.
Pair of pants. Love to see it.
Yeah. And then you're not gonna believe this.
Okay.
2 pair of pants.
What?
They tricked me
Why?
because I went in there and they had a huge sign. It said 50% off store wide. I'm like, okay, I'm getting some pants, right?
Yeah?
I go up to the section where these are the only pants, you know, these specific pants are in this section only.
Yeah.
These aren't 50% off. These are changed from $42 to $39. What is that all about? They said nobody gets to be comfy for half off. But I got a pair of shorts that were 50% off.
That's nice. So basically what you're telling me is you got extra because you thought it was 50% off and then you were too ashamed
I was
to...
so embarrassed
You were-
because I went up there and I saw him checking it out and I was going to be like, what about the 50% off? But then he did the shorts and I was like, those are 50% off? He was like, yeah, those are 50% off, but the pants are 50% off. I was like, okay, that's fine. That's okay. That is fine. I paid $250 in pants.
What?
I paid $250 in pants. that does include my pair of pants and my pair of shorts I got, but who's counting?
At least now I finally have evidence, because I keep trying to tell people and they're like, same shirt, same pants. I keep trying to tell people, I'm like, dude, I just have a lot of the same pants. I like to not have a change. At least now there's physical evidence that everyone knows that it's true. Thanks, Maisie.
You're welcome. You know what was the most embarrassing thing?
What?
I went up to the front counter
Mm-hmm.
with 5 pairs of pants,
Yeah.
wearing those pairs of pants. I'm literally wearing those pants, and I go up there and I'm like, 5 of these, please, sir. Oh my god. They probably thought I was a freak. It's embarrassing. Anyways, I got, you wanted small, right?
Yeah.
Whew. I got them all small.
That would have been so fun. Imagine if you got the wrong size. Imagine I actually stepped it up to medium at this point with my American belly, and I would have been like, no, dude, I need larger than that.
I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, to be honest with you, in terms of waist, I technically need the medium, but it's too long for my legs.
Don't I know it?
So I just have to accept that either I lose weight or it's tight, and I like McDonald's too much, so it's just gonna stay tight.
I'm wearing medium, and like, look at my feet. Move your body, right? Look at how they are on my feet.
Yeah,
Where's the camera?
I can see you're
They're
stepping.
down there.
They're stepping. I can see you're walking on it.
Sorry, I killed you one.
That's okay. If I was on a better pace, I would be really sad. But literally, the attempt we had right now was basically, if I gold, I can maybe just barely do this, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
What?
What happened to the main thing you were gonna buy when you were out?
My retainers?
No. Well, that's for you, but what happened to the coffee?
I put mine in the fridge. I can go out and get you one. But can we wait till it's not rush hour? Because I think I'm gonna die.
No, it's okay. I don't need coffee.
I can make you some.
No, it's okay. I don't need coffee.
I can make you some.
No, it's okay. I don't need
I
coffee.
can make you some.
It's okay. I don't need coffee.
Stop all that. I can make you some.
I'm just gonna do runs here.
I can make you some. I have bad news though.
Not more bad news. I'm already devastated here.
I have to go back to the dentist.
You have to go back to the dentist?
Go back to the dentist.
Why?
Because I have to pick up the retainers.
Why can't they ship them?
That's what I asked. I said, can't you guys ship them? I live so far. And they said, we want to make sure they fit before we give them to you. And I was like, okay, I guess I'll come back. This will be my 6th time going back to the dentist this year.
Wow. Yeah. Well, hey, think about it. As long as you're not Pepega and drop your retainers on the ground, you don't have to do this again for a long ass time. Just don't
Okay,
drop
to be
the
fair,
retainers
those
on the
were
ground so they
already old.
shatter.
They were 4 years old, so
No, they weren't.
3
Okay.
years old.
Okay, yeah. I guess. Wow, it was so long ago we lived in Sweden.
No.
Anyways, I'm just saying, okay? As long as we just don't drop the retainers on the floor, we're good.
See, this person said that it took them months to get back, and they had to rescan their teeth. I got my teeth scanned today, and I was, I don't know why I was expecting to get them today. That was very foolish of me. But
For people who don't know, we have a dentist where we used to live, and this is like the best dentist I've ever been to in my whole life. And it's a small local practice owned by literally this like one dentist, and then she has like 2. What are they called? The main dentist.
hygienists,
Hygienist, is that what it's called?
I think so.
Okay, anyways, they have 2 of those and then one dentist. Anyways, it's a really nice place. It's small. They're the kindest people I've ever been to. And they're like incredibly cheap because instead of doing insurance, they have their own kind of subscription thing where you pay, what is it again? It's like you pay $400 a year, and that includes an annual checkup, up to 3 cleanings, and a really good set price for fillings. which is so much better than any additional like bullshit insurance. You have to go into an insurance company, you have to do a bunch of BS. It's like a nice, small place that doesn't scam me, and they're all kind. Maisie, what are you doing? You're a cheap cosplay. Thank you, Maisie.
Mario. You get it?
I get it.
Okay, bye. You want me to make you coffee for real?
No, I was gonna ask you for a pumpkin spice. No, it's fine. You don't have to get it. No, don't get it. Yeah, with triple shot.
Venti? Not a quad?
No, I'll just go triple shot. I don't feel like I need a quad shot.
Okay, venti,
It-
triple shot, no whip.
Yeah,
pumpkin
venti.
spice.
Yeah, venti pumpkin spice latte, no whip, triple shot. Nice. Maisie, if you really didn't want to go, you didn't have to. This is gonna sound dumb, but I'm actually gonna restart this run and rewatch the cutscene because I just realized I started the timer and immediately screamed, Maisie, you don't have to get it if you don't want to. It's totally fine. So out of context, it's gonna be so weird if I PB. I don't want the PB VOD to literally start by me just screaming that out of the blue. All right, let's start. In 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Nice. Missed out on Conan, exactly. I got my dental insurance through work. It covers 90% of preventative stuff, 50% of the big shit, and has a 1K cap per year. That's really good. Yeah, I mean, okay. Like, here's the thing, all right? I know that I dunk a lot on my insurance situation in the US, but like the honest, okay, I'm not gonna try and defend the system. I can't do that full-heartedly, but I will say one thing. I understand that a lot of people don't hate it because if you have a good job and your job gives you good insurance, the system works. I actually will say that flat out as someone who comes from Europe and knows how health insurance work in Europe and how healthcare in general works in Europe. If you have good health coverage through your job, I will say you will have better care and it won't be that bad in America. But for everyone else, like me, who's self-employed, or people who don't have a great job that gives you the great plans, that's when you're just getting screwed on every front. Because we don't have a big company that can, you know, go to the insurance company and say, this price you're telling us to pay is a scam. We're only going to pay you half. And they're going to say, okay, because there's thousands of employees, right? So because I don't have like the, you know, the leeway to make them give me the fair price, I just get screwed in every front. Believe it or not, in Sweden, dental care is actually not completely free. Dental in Sweden is partially free. Up until you are the age of 22, I think it is completely free. After the age of 22, you have to pay. However, it is extremely well regulated how much they can charge. And if you have a lot of problems, there is a cap for how much legally a year you have to pay. Oh, they raised it to 25 now? Nice. But anyways, my statement still stands. So it's kind of an in-between situation like that. But like when I mean that it's affordable, I mean it. Like it is very affordable. I think the quote I got from the, if I remember correctly, the quote I got for my insurance when I was in Sweden, because I had just hit the age limit where I had to pay for dental. Hold on. Yep, here we go. Okay, found it. The dental care plan, once you hit 25, starts at $4 a month. 4. So like technically yes, it's cost money, but like I'm just making it clear, like it's so like it's still subsidized, so it's like partially free, so it's like so cheap. But I actually will say, as someone who worked in both, right, I worked in healthcare in Sweden, I actually think, maybe hot take, the dental care system is better in Sweden than healthcare, because it's really good that they do it that way. I think it's much better that they make it affordable, but it costs a little bit of money, because it actually is pretty quick to get a time. Like, if I have a problem, I can call and I can get a time in a week. If I call a hospital and I'm like, hey, I'm having pain, it takes me like 4 months to get a time. And then if they want me to go to a specialist, I'm waiting another 3 to 6 months. You know what I mean? Like, until I actually see someone truly and get my stuff figured out, it's a year, right? So, the dental part works really good, actually. 4 months? Yeah. Anyways, I don't want to talk about healthcare for this stream. That sounds like a boring topic. I'm going to talk about something more exciting. Like, for example, did you guys know that we're about to get a world record in Texas on the 10th of October? Because that's the leaderboard I follow. That's right. No need to follow a leaderboard for everybody when you can just focus on the Texas leaderboard. So, I think there's a very good chance today we can get the fastest ever completed Echoes of Wisdom time in the state of Texas. Linkus, will you run the Patrick Star game that dropped last week? No. I should buy it, though, from AZ. Linkus, how do you decide if you want to have your face at the top or the bottom of the screen? I'm gonna be honest. I never really put that much thought into where I should put my webcam to. The simple reason I have the top left for my webcam and I have the bottom for the timer is the simple fact that when I started to stream speedrunning in 2013, everyone who had a webcam did top left. And no one ever had a timer on the right side of the game. It was always left side of the game, and the webcam was top left. And it wasn't until like way after that that some people started doing bottom. But for a very long time, the only thing people did was the top. I will say, for my personal opinion, because of how you look at a screen, I think that top left makes the most sense if you have a square or grid layout, which is what majority of people will have. Because it just like that just makes sense as a webcam box. The only time where I don't have that strong of an opinion that it shouldn't be top left is if you have a green screen or some special setup like that. If you have that, then I think it can look great to have it at the bottom. But at my personal preference, I just think top left makes the most sense at just being at the top. I mean, top right works too. I just think top just makes way more sense for a webcam placement if you're not green screening. Have you ever had splits at the bottom of the screen for games running at 16:9? I actually had one very short temporary layout like that. That I used for Wind Waker. But I stopped doing it because I think that the splits look really bad, and it's really hard to track how the pace and the run is doing when it's a sideways one. The only time I would say that I understand people doing it is if they don't want to have a layout and they want to have the webcam above the game. I can think that it can look good to have a transparent live split at the bottom of the screen going across it, and then you have the webcam over it. However, let's pretend for a second right now, okay, that I have a layout like this, right? I don't just like have full screen webcam. I don't have the game full screen. If I removed that chat right there, or sorry, if I removed the live split right there, the only thing I could get out of it is basically have more space for chat, which is absolutely not necessary. So, like, I think I would have a worse looking live split, and only thing I would have is a bigger chat box that is very unnecessary, in my opinion. Because anyone who, even if you're on TV right now and you don't have Twitch chat up, but you want to see some messages, you can see enough. There's 1, 2, 3, like there's up to, I mean, if every message is short, then it's longer, but if it's like decently long message, you can still see 5 or 6. So yeah. So yeah, I like this. I'm not too happy with like the chat box versus the proportion of the chat box to live split, but this game has so few splits, I can't do it anyone else. But I would prefer this live split window actually being longer and then the chat box being smaller. When is the next Wind Waker stream? If I have a good night of sleep, it will be tomorrow. Just died at a 38? Yo, I'm sorry to hear that. Speaking of sleep. My old bed split is basically my cloak split. I thought it was more fun to have a split for old bed than cloak. Because, like, come on. It's the bed split. Chat, if I added a cloak split, I would literally, the bed split would be removed, because otherwise the bed split would literally be, I get cloak, I go through 30 seconds of cutscenes, and then I do 2 jumps, and I split for old bed. Not like a big section like this, I'm talking about like nothingness. It will basically just be a double split for no reason. What's the hardest part of Wind Waker any percent? That's too broad of a question. The whole run is pain. I hope I can still make this cycle. Uh-oh. Okay, we're good. I missed the lure of Wind Waker. No. How's the optimal mashing in this game? If you want to mash fully optimally, you just mash B quickly because it insta skips the text box. I just press A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B because I can't be bothered to fully care about this much text. This sounds like the most stupid thing I've ever heard, like it's ever gonna work. Nintendo, as part of the terms being part of the playtest program that I did not make it in, you have to promise that you're not allowed to discuss anything that you're testing. Does Nintendo really think that people are going to be testing whatever it is without publicly saying what they did? Are you kidding me? Dude, that shit's getting posted like minute 1. Did you buy an Alarmo? No, I didn't. First, I don't know if I want an Alarmo. Second of all, to my understanding, it doesn't work if there's more than one person in the bed. So it's literally only made for single people. Its sensor just doesn't work for 2 people. I know you can jump over that part without a table. I just don't think it's worth the risk. I've had a few enough runs fall down where I just don't think it's worth it. I don't use a tent anymore, actually. I thought I would understand. I actually thought about having 2 beds when me and Macy originally had a queen size bed. But once we switched over to a king size bed, I immediately went, oh no. Like, there is no need to have 2 separate beds. I just thought that my life was forever going to be way too clogged in bed with a queen. But a king really solved it. Because, like, and I'm saying this as anyone who's in a relationship that's and sleeps with someone else in the same bed. If you have a queen, I trust me, it's going to be worth it to upgrade a king. I no longer, like, I no longer feel, like, hot because of the other person. I no longer, you know, can, like, wake up by them stealing the blanket. I know I'm gonna like accidentally get kicked or something like that, or like moved, you know, like from a nightmare, because there's enough space in between the 2 spots that it's like that it feels like you have your own space. You no longer feel like you're sharing one space. Thank you, Voss, for the 11-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Do you know what's really funny? Do you want to actually know something that should be a good rating onto king-size beds? Let me tell you this. My parents switched to having 2 separate beds instead of a queen size bed because they weren't able to sleep well, because my mom snores like crazy and she is warm and hot and moving around a lot apparently, and I can't confirm those details. I can confirm the snoring though. I could hear it through the wall when I used to live at home. And my dad is a really light sleeper. Anything wakes him up, so they would always disturb each other and he wouldn't get good sleep. So they decided to have 2 separate beds, but they had only had a queen size bed. So this time, when they were over and visiting me in Texas, our guest bedroom has me and Maisie's old king-size bed. So they used the king-size bed for the first time. And once they were gonna leave, they actually asked me what IKEA model I had because they liked it so much, they wanted to get a king-size. Oh yeah, a queen size bed is a great, super nice big bed if you're alone. I used to, when I lived in Sweden before Maisie moved in with me, I had a king size bed all to myself. And I'll tell you, someone who had a king size bed to themselves, it was great because I would literally just be rotating 360 degrees throughout the night. Like, I just sometimes sleep sideways, sometimes I'd sleep straight, it doesn't matter. I just be turning around, dude. I did whatever I wanted over there. Although I did notice that even when you're alone in a king-size bed, your body naturally just makes one spot your spot, which was the left spot. Even though I could take up any space I wanted. My boyfriend always complains that I take up all the space in the queen size bed. Bro, I'm 160 and you're 198. Alex, I'm sorry, but I don't think you understand how the space thing works. The space is not about the length. Do not try that, Alex, okay? The space is how much, like, it's like... Like, I'll give you an example. Maisie takes up more space when we had a queen size bed than I did. Yeah, she's a lot shorter than me. Yeah, she's a lot smaller than me. Doesn't matter. She will spread out. She will like, go like this. She will be turning around so much. And as she's turning around, she will also be moving her body. So it's like at the start of the night, she starts on the left side. And then towards the, like, and then a few hours in, she's in the middle of the bed. Because she's now taking up all the space. Okay? Not only that... She steals the blanket, because here's what happens, okay? She moves to the middle of the bed, has the blanket around her, then she moves to the left and pulls the whole blanket with her. Then she moves to the right, grabs the blanket, then turns to the left. So slowly the blanket just going blum, blum, blum. That is one thing me and Macy stopped doing, though. We actually sleep with separate blankets now. We have 2 blankets that are normal size instead of one king size blanket. Because it's very, very nice to not have to wake up being cold at night. Because now it really feels like we're actually having 2 separate beds, but it's actually one. Because we have enough space where, like, you never touch the other person unless they're going out of your way to. Because even if you kind of spread out and, you know, roll around, you're still not going to accidentally roll into the other person. And because you have 2 blankets, I no longer wake up feeling like it got stolen. Anyone who's ever shared a bed with a cat knows that the size does not do anything. It is all to do with how much space you occupy. Exactly! That's exactly it. That's exactly right. That's a perfect example into why even if someone is smaller than the other person, it doesn't matter. They can still take up all the space in the bed. It ain't about that. The problem is, though, if Maisie is starting to take up too much... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... Not to sound terrible here, but I'm going to be straight up honest with everyone here. I have the rule where, like, I will not ever touch a dog or a cat if it's sleeping. So, if Maisie is taking up all the space and not letting me sleep, I'll gently move her or push her, you know what I mean? If a dog or a cat is laying on top of me and it's taking up all the space, I'm just accepting that I'm going to be uncomfortable. Like, there's no question around it. I'm staying uncomfortable for the rest of the night. It's just the right thing to do. Do I need to do one more to the right? I'm questioning myself now. I think that's the right spot. You're good? Okay. I need to, if I I need to be more careful how I place that sign, and if I misplace it, I need to be patient to let it break before I try and place a second one. That is the second time I've done that. It's just so hard because I'm like, oops. It's so hard because my brain is just like, oops, I misplaced that. Let me place another one. And then I fall down. Dude, that just hurts. If you mess up one step here, it's all so annoying to fix. Ah. God damn it. This is almost identical to the last run, dude. All right, well, we're on PB pace again. Need to play really well, but at least it's PB pace. Yeah, that warp is completely random. However, this is the most likely place to be put because for some reason, almost everything points to this place. It keeps always taking you here. There's a chance you can get other random spawns or that you just get a no warp or a crash, but majority of the time it's just here. I mean, this could be confirmation bias because I've only done this now 2 runs. But I will say the fact that I've gotten it 2 times in a row is already, like, maybe this is more consistent to get the warp working than the other setup. I hope it actually is. This load is so long. It's insane how long this load is. I don't know why. Because if you do it a second time, it's not as slow. I know it has some stuff preloaded, but still. What am I doing? I had a small brain fart there. Okay. Okay, well, we can still get a PB and sub 40 and a really good time. I have about 2 minutes of time save in here if I do everything perfectly, so... yeah, we could still get, like, probably a high 38 if everything goes well. But we'll see. It's a lot easier said than done, unfortunately. That's not a fake gold. Hey, there we go. He did it this time. Are you kidding me? Alright, well, at least it's faster than last run. Honestly, that wasn't that slow. I got them killed pretty quickly. Not bad. It was still faster than the old method, so we'll take it. Lionel skip when perfect. We were able to get those 2 kills pretty quickly, so... and the first enemies are also fast, so... I'll gladly take that. Alright, come on. First try soft lock skip. It's just frame perfect. Don't be Pepega. That's my streamer. Not too bad. Yeah, the cutscene, that cutscene soft locks if you don't do that trick, because that room actually checks a flag to make sure that Link is following you, but because we never spawned him in, he doesn't exist. So the game changes the camera to wait for Link to leave the room, because Link is not spawned in, he will never leave the room, so it infinitely sits on a wait screen, basically. All right, here we go. Okay. Why is it not hitting him? Whatever. Nice, that's fast. Thank you. All right, not the worst phase one. We'll take it. Okay. Yeah, if you're able to do everything except for that you used warp and you don't end up actually getting the wrong warp, but the warp goes through. The one thing that I had to change was that I was doing D-pad right then A way too quickly. You can't do it too slow, or if I remember correctly, your game crashes, I think. But, trust me when I say that, like, you're probably doing it too fast. Because I was told, hey, press, like, D-pad right and then immediately A. And it's technically true. But, like, when I hear immediately, as a speedrunner, I think, oh, it's, like, the next frame. It is absolutely not. You need to let, like, a split second go by for the menu to change. If I had to just guess based upon, like, timing, I would guess it's probably, like, 4 frames apart or something like that. Doing a D-pad right and A, and that's the earliest one. You have like a bigger frame window. It's not frame perfect, so yeah, if you aim for like right and then maybe like 5, 6 or something like that frames later, it's gonna work. But yeah, like I said, I think it's really rare to get too slow, so I wouldn't worry about too slow. I think too fast is more likely. All right, everybody, pause champ. Here we go. Damn it. Nice! Nice! Link. Okay. Damn it. Normally I should be able to get 2 there, but I kind of an awkward spot. Uh-oh, that's scary. Link. 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 That's so unfair. I have never seen Ganon turn like that before. What? I guess it was because I was too far right at the start of the room, or at the start of the one, which I normally am not. I'm more to the left, but I've never seen him do a flip like that. What the hell? Can someone clip that? Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're 1 heart, because all these bosses 1-hit you. It's only those enemies that are in the in-between phase that makes a difference, because those steal 2 hearts, not 3. But all the bosses like these steal 3. I'm using the wrong... That's what I'm talking about, Link. That's it. Okay, so now I'm on the left, and I just go to the right. Link. 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 Okay, I can't PB. Are you kidding me? Link. Dude. Anyways, that's the normally way I do. Just go. I stand a little bit on the left when they start, and I just keep spinning to the right, and then I hit the wall, and then it's always safe. No Link RNG, exactly. Dude, Link. Are you kidding me? I can't believe I died against Ganon in 2 separate ways. The second time, the first time, let me look here. Okay, I see. Okay, so it's that. Okay, so that was because I was too far in the right of the room when the first Ganon started, so I shouldn't have gone for my normal strat. Because instead of Ganon turning to the left to look at me like he should and then missing me, he decided to do like a 150-degree turn to the right, which made him hit me. And on the second attempt, well, Link just basically decided to help Ganon out. I have no other words than that. Link basically has said, you know what? I'm going to stand right here. Not only that, if you look at the clip, Link actively tried to kill me. Like, I want everybody to appreciate this. Hold on. Like, actually look at this for a second. So, okay, hold on. Look at this. Okay, let's do this in slow motion. So, okay, I get this last hand, and now the Ganon spawn. I run to the left and above them this time to make sure they're facing the right way. So he goes there, he goes here, and they go there. So look, okay, I have a clear path to the right. Link is all the way up here, and I'm like, oh, this is cool. Okay, so then I start moving to the right. I'm in my first spin, and Link decides to run backwards down towards me, and then he switches to down right to match my path. And then I spin a third time straight into his body. Look at the pathing of Link. It's like he chose to specifically hit me. Look at this. He literally goes up here. He goes, oh, shit. He's going this way. I got to go down left. Oh, no. Now I got to follow her by going down right. And now I can stop because now I'm perfectly blocking it. Courage my ass, dude. Well, let's go for another run. I actually don't mind the runs dying because so far, somehow, I'm gotten both first try runs to endgame. So I'm not like, ugh. If you hug the bottom wall, Link won't block you, and the top 2 Ganons can't hit you. You just have to avoid the bottom one, and it's easy. I'm scared to change my strats now, because this strat works. Okay, I know ignoring the past 2 attempts. Okay. All right. I'm going to dip down, Linkus. I'm living, breathing, and eating this game right now, so I have to take a little bit of a break. But Unaku, hear me out before you leave, okay? Just hear me out, okay? Right now, you're living, you're breathing, and you're eating this game. But there's one big part of your life that doesn't have it yet. Sleep. And that makes up like a third of your life. So instead of leaving, what about if you had this stream on when you were sleeping? So when you're sleeping, you can hear Echoes of Wisdom. Can't miss any of that content, man. Damn right, it's a good idea. All right, let's start a new run in 3, 2, 1, go. If I had a file name right now, I would name it Unaku Sleep. In honor. Falling asleep watching someone is so good, and I live in Sweden, so it's late. Yeah, when I used to live in Europe, I would definitely fall asleep to a lot of streams. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you, it kind of sucks to be a DJ in America. Like, I'm being straight up honest with you. There's nothing going on at night, okay? Like, once you hit, like, into the night times of NA, no one's up. No one's streaming. Like, us European streamers, we will stream late into the night to be in NA times. But NA hits night, everyone's gone. I'm sure there's some streams that I could find maybe that would be fun, but in general, I struggle to find good content after like 2 in the morning here. I am not that degen actually, Unaku. Like today I woke up at 10:30. I know. That's a first. Ugh. I'm gonna take a break from game audio. Oh yeah. That's the stuff. A pumpkin spice latte. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Oh yeah. Oh. Linkus, do you like Dragon Ball Z games? No. I haven't even watched one episode of Dragon Ball in my whole life. I will tell you everything that I have seen from Dragon Ball. Are you ready? This is a Super Saiyan. And this is what is known as a Super Saiyan. It's right past a Super Saiyan. And this, what's he doing? Is to go even further beyond. Ah! That's it. That's it. That's literally it. That's the only thing I know from all of Dragon Ball Z. I'm not saying it's amazing, but I've never watched it. Okay. Straight up, I'm gonna tell you something. Even if you're a huge fan of the show, even if you think it's one of the greatest shows of all time. Actually, show of hands here. Press 1 in the chat. Have you watched the majority of that show? Do you like that show? Press 1 if that's you, okay? Okay, now, if you're part of that, I'm going to tell you that I'm not gonna bother because I'm in the middle of the run, so I'm gonna have a hard time to find the actual answer to this. But when I found out that Dragon Ball has around 1,000 episodes, it immediately made me not ever want to get into it, because I cannot start watching a show when I know that there's 1,000 episodes waiting. I will never get into it. There's no way. There is no freaking way. I'm gonna read this Reddit post from 5 years ago. I just clicked on as the first link on Google because I'm not gonna take the time to like find out the actual true number. But here we go, from 5 years ago, because I'm sure they made new ones in 5 years. Here's what it was 5 years ago. 153 episodes for the original Dragon Ball anime, which, by the way, that alone already makes me feel like it's too many episodes. Let's continue. 291 episodes of Z, 64 episodes of GT, 131 episodes of Super, 159 episodes of Kai, which makes the total at 798 episodes 5 years ago. And now I'm sure they've added even more to it since then. So I'm just saying, there is no way, dude. I will tell you, I have a hard time getting into any show if it's more than 100 episodes. So even if you're like, just watch one of them, Linkus, the only one in length that I would personally be like, oh yeah, I could give this a try, would literally be GT. And that's 3 in. I don't know, that feels weird for me to just start at GT. Okay, chat, there's one show that I have watched that was really long, like Dragon Ball, and I'll tell you exactly what show that is and what happened. The one show that I've ever watched that was really long was Grey's Anatomy. And I'm telling you exactly how it has worked with that show for me. I will start Grey's Anatomy, I will watch it, I will get through the first, whatever it is, like 6 or 7 seasons, until they literally basically get a whole new hospital staff into the show because they basically killed off all the main characters already. And then I'm like, okay, I can't take anymore, this is this is just too much. I'm 8 seasons in, I can't take more, and I take a break. Then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and then like 2 or 3 years passes. And you know what happened after 2 to 3 years? I go, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to finally make it through Grey's Anatomy because I like the show. So I start over, episode 1, season 1, and I start to watch. And then I get to around the same time in the show, and I give up. I have 3 times restarted that show and given up around that point. Now, you might be wondering, like, Linkus, why don't you just, like, tough it out and finish it? I usually do that when shows feels like they've been going for too long, because I feel like everyone here in chat can probably agree that they've watched one show where you feel like the last maybe 2 seasons felt, like, overdrawn. But because you're already, like, 6 out of 8 seasons in, you're like, screw it, I'm just gonna finish. Well, normally, I would agree with you. As a matter of a fact, I would do the same. Problem being, Grey's Anatomy has 21 seasons, and it's not even done. They're still going. And each season is like 20 episodes, and each episode is 40 minutes long. So, long story short, I cannot get into a long show like that. The only shows that I can get into where the length of the show is in between 7 to 10 seasons, because around season 6 is when I draw the line for shows, around 5 or 6. The only shows where I can make myself actually get through like 7, 8, 9 seasons is shows where it's 20-minute episodes. Unfortunately, most shows that are like long usually are 40 minutes, because if it's a 20-minute episode show, then, you know, 8 seasons is in reality only like 4 seasons of a normal long show. But the thing is, most like episode shows that are 20 minutes long are usually just sitcoms, so not the same. Link is, you're not really reading chat. Dragon Ball is not really that long. I understand what you guys are trying to say. You guys are trying to tell me right now that actually, Link, is the original Dragon Ball is this other thing, and then you have Z, which is a little bit different. But then you have a bunch of other stuff that adds a bunch of filler. So then the showrunners realize that, hey, this is actually too long and too convoluted, so let's kind of reboot the show and kind of do like a Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood vibe to it, where we basically take away all the filler and we kind of just give you the good stuff. That's pretty much what you're trying to say, right? That's pretty much it, right? That's pretty much what you're trying to explain to me. It's pretty much ignore the original stuff, just watch Kai, and you're basically getting a better summarization like Brotherhood, right? Okay, now, if that is... Okay, now I'm going to have a follow-up to that, because this is where you guys are wrong and you're missing out. I have an addictive personality. I can't do that, because if I watch Kai and I like it, I would go back and watch the other stuff, and now I'm in a loop of having an 800-episode show. It's the same thing with, yeah, I watched Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, like, at this point, like, 5 times. But I've gone back and checked the original out, too. Because even though I understood a lot of it was more filler and the ending makes no sense because they weren't done with the actually writing of it, I still had to check it out. Like, I had to. Same thing with one of the greatest shows of all time, Don't At Me, right? Evangelion, I can't ever pronounce it. I don't care. You know exactly what show I'm talking about. Same thing, all right? Original show gets a little bit weird, champ, because, you know, the rushing and everything like that, okay? So did I do the entire original show? Yes. Did I then do the extra side stuff? Yes. Did I then redo the movies that were supposed to be the way he wanted it to, which is kind of rewriting the original show? Yes. And now I'm way too down deep in the pit, and I've spent way too many hours watching a show. Linkus, I don't see the issue in consuming all of the content, though. Okay, let me explain to you in a simple way that isn't an actual excuse. I am my own boss, and I'm a very addictive personality, so if I get into a show that I really, really like, then it will hurt my work. I can't have a really long show that I really like, because it's gonna eat up into my work hours. Because it's not like I have to go to work. It would be like, oh, let's just get 1 or 2 episodes in before I start stream. Okay, now we gotta do it, you know? Basically, here's the thing. I don't have self-control. But I don't have a problem with it because I know I don't have self-control, so I don't put myself in the situation to get messed up. Let me tell you a little story, Chad. The first time that I actually decided to watch Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, which is a pretty long show. Once I had gotten into it and I realized that I liked it so much and I had to keep watching, I realized that I had a problem. I wasn't going to be able to work and watch it at the same time because the only thing I would be thinking about when streaming is watching more of that show. So do you know what I proceeded to do? I proceeded to literally binge watch it in like 2 days by sleeping about 3 hours a day. I literally got through the whole thing in 2 days. I straight up just chose not to sleep. I would just watch it, and then when I was supposed to go to sleep because I was still living in my parents' place, I would go to bed and I would watch it in bed. And then I would set an alarm for 3 hours so I could get up and watch it more. So that overall, in terms of days, I took as little time as possible so that I could get back to streaming. I can't believe there's people in chat saying 64 episodes like it's not long. I'm sorry, 64 episodes is long. I don't know what kind of shows you're used to. 64 episodes is becoming a long show. I'll also tell you, do you know what I actually like to watch? I'll tell you something really now. Easy. Not only do I just like as a person things I'm familiar with, I like half watching shows because then I don't get addicted to it and I can play video games on the side. So do you know what I do in my free time? I will watch shows that I've already watched and I will watch movies that I've already watched. Because then I can pay half attention and play Minecraft or practice speedruns or do anything I want on the side monitor and have that running because I don't care that much if I miss a tiny bit. That's why, like, when I was on my biggest grind, for example, with Black Ops 3 Zombies when that game first launched, I rewatched literally like all of Big Bang Theory at the time. I rewatched all of Friends at the time. I rewatched all of How I Met Your Mother at the time. I just rewatched the whole freaking things, like all those shows, because I'd already seen them, so I didn't care if I like wasn't paying 100% attention, and I knew I would be going on from just the audio. But I needed something on the side that wasn't just zombies. He was watching Big Bang Theory when Doug called him. That's true. I decided to finally get through it. I literally actually didn't, though. I actually never finished Big Bang Theory. I never finished the last 2 seasons because I'd lost interest by that time. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to rewatch the whole thing and then finish the whole show. And I literally didn't. I got to the final 2 seasons and I got distracted and I didn't finish it. Although I will say at this point, if I do decide to finish it, I would just watch the last 2 seasons. I won't rewatch the whole thing. Because I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think the show gets necessarily bad later on, but it's not that fun. It's like very mid-tier. Yeah, I still haven't taken the time to watch Young Sheldon. I feel like I've gotten spoiled by a lot of things in Young Sheldon because somehow that show has been showing up as shorts for me for forever. Not as much right now anymore, but it was for a long time. It's kind of funny though. I actually understand why companies lets people upload shows to shorts and they don't strike them down. Because there's legitimate shows that I never would have gone out of my way to watch, but after seeing a bunch of shorts, it's interested me. It's kind of the same for me with so I've been half interested in watching Young Sheldon because of the shorts. But without those, I never would have even considered it one time. It really shows that the companies who are against it, Nintendo, are just missing out on free advertisement, man. I am really curious though, because apparently they're doing another spin-off from the spin-off. So obviously, if you don't know, Young Sheldon is a spin-off of Big Bang Theory, and now they're doing another spin-off from Young Sheldon. I'm wondering, and I'm really curious to see how that's gonna do. They're doing that spin-off because that was the most popular, apparently, like, characters in Young Sheldon. So I'm really curious to see how the other spin-off is gonna do now, because now it's just a double spin-off. No, without spoiling anything, but I don't even think I can spoil you that badly, because, I mean, I literally know so little about it just from announcements, because I haven't watched the show. It's, I think, related to, like, Sheldon's brother and his, like, relationship. And people thought it was a really funny story arc, to my understanding, from the original show. More than Young Sheldon himself, eventually. So people started to have more interest in the side characters than Young Sheldon. And I know this for two reasons. One, I saw on Twitter that someone ran the numbers and realized that in the final season of Young Sheldon does not himself have the most amount of screen time. His brother does, which is so funny. They literally started to just give more screen time to his brother. Because people started to like those characters more. And then now they're doing a spin-off of the brother and, like, his relationship and life, marriage, whatever they're doing with that. Young Sheldon could have been so much more if they didn't have to follow the original show. That I can believe without having watched it. I promise you this right now. Disney is probably, like, hating themselves right now for, even though I like the movie somewhat, I actually am one of the few people who didn't hate them. I promise you, the higher up executives at Disney are pissed off at what happened with the new trilogy for Star Wars, because they're probably sitting there right now and they're like, dude, we want to make more Star Wars, but we have to only make old content, and because of that we're going to be forced to follow, you know, like, the original story. So we have to do, like, in-between movies or, like, origin movies and stuff like that, because we can't make too many movies on, like, the future, because people straight up don't like it. Because they can't just go back now and ignore the 3 movies they've already made and pretend it didn't happen. So they can make some stuff in the future, but they most days have to go back now. But yeah, I think they're making one movie about Rey, and then they're making one, I think, or like, original movie about, like, the first Jedi ever, like the OG Jedi, I think. And then they're making one more that I can't remember. Almost messed that timing up. No, are you kidding? Not again, dude. That jump makes no sense to me. I don't know how I'm supposed to do it, like, every time 100% consistently. Sometimes he just doesn't want to move as much. Come on, dude. There we go. Okay, you know what? Because I got such a fast second try, the funny thing is, it was the same time as the old tower build, because this tower build saves like 30 seconds. Okay. Wait, do you actually save time by getting the ranch warp? Or is that just a joke because you guys want to see the ranch? I love the Unaku Stealer. You have to wait longer before you start moving. Wait, like you grab it and you stand AFK for 3 seconds and then you do the jump? Oh yeah, I guess because if you get the ranch warp, you can just run and unlock the thing that's like right on the field. Since that warp also counts to the rung warp. It doesn't have to be the one above the church here. Alright, actually a decent run. We'll take it. Oh, jump, wait until peak of jump, then move down. God, okay. I thought... Now that makes sense. Okay. Theoretically, fast is used to go into the dungeon and random warp to null. It's possible. Has anyone gotten that, like, ever? A bit slow there. Hesitated, but it's fine. Okay. Oh, really, Myth? Interesting. So would the theoretical RNG route right now be build a tower and then you basically just go straight into the dungeon and just do a random warp and just pray that that random warp is... And that random warp is basically like null done? Uh-oh. Nice! That was lucky. I fat fingered it and it paused a lot of frames, but thankfully I got the right frame. Okay, really good run. Holy crap. Okay. This is the first run where I'm actually like happy with the pace. Okay, I just have to not die now. And this could be a sub 40. Why did he jump for me? He was locked onto this the sea urchin. I could literally see his face was locked onto the sea urchin. That's bullshit. Cool. Well, that's over a good final fight. Still sub 40 pace. Let's keep it up. That's what matters. That's the first run I've gotten the full strat for the first room, so I saved quite a lot of time there. So even though I did die, I'm not losing as much time as it could have been. You just go back there? Yeah, because we don't actually physically have Link with us. The doors don't close behind him like they should. All right. Come on, sub 40. Here we go, chat. Still on pace. Time to Prage. Link? Oh yeah, I was told the other time. He waits 5 seconds at the start. Forgot. Okay, that was really clean. Link, stop pushing me. Link, what are you doing? Maybe Link just wants cuddles. Maybe that's it. Maybe he's just lonely, man. I never thought about that. I mean, there's two options. Either A, Link is lonely, or B, Link does not respect women. Or option C, both. True. Clean. Bro. I think this is the fastest first face I've ever had. Yep. I've never beaten him underneath 2 minutes and 10 seconds before. That was like 10 seconds faster than my... I think faster. And I think 220 is the fastest I've done it before on the segment timer. Nice. Alright, we just need a good last phase here. And we should be looking at a big PB. Come on, let's not die. Yeah, for some reason, those fishes don't deal damage, and we don't have to deal damage because the game only checks for him taking damage at the final section there. It doesn't care if you deal any damage before then. Something we changed from the first runs of the game when they first launched. Found out that literally it doesn't matter to deal damage until the end. Nice! 2 cycle. Or sorry, 1 cycle actually. The 2 cycle, I can't talk. Nice, okay, clean. Alright, time to Prage. We're coming into the hard parts now. Here we go. Okay, drop the spider, go against the wall. Get the hands in good positions. Come on. Drop, grab, hold up. Oh, man, I'm not going to reach it in time. Please. What? It didn't kill it? I thought I saw Link do the quick spin attack. Oh, that's so dumb. I thought I saw him. How did that not do it? I could have sworn I saw him quick spin it. I guess not. Link. Fortunate. Dude, can I please target the hand I'm closest to? It's gonna be a 3 cycle now. That's so unfair. I think as I've gotten better to understand how Link actually behaves in this fight, so I'm not just like hoping he does the right thing, but I'm able to kind of control it a bit more. I think the biggest struggle is literally targeting. Which is really funny. I never thought that would happen. All right, this is the really hard part now, chat. Here we go. Come on. Good hands, good positions, good lizards. Uh-oh. Oh. No! Greed. I try to let go and spin right at the end there, and sadly I got grabbed by both. I thought I would make it. Thankfully, they're all focused on Link, so I think I'm going to be fine. As long as he can kill some of these guys. Losing time, though. I think sub 40 is still possible, though. Link is not having a good time fighting up there, though. I'll tell you that much. Oh, no. Oh! Clutch! Please. No! It's gonna be a 3 cycle. I have to not die here. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Please. Yes. No! What stupid webs? My sub 40. I should have had that, dude. I should have had that. I should not have gotten hit a second time. Dude, I got webbed. Stupid, stupid, stupid. stupid. So close. Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'm definitely getting better at this fight. Like, I can tell I'm getting faster and better at each run we do. You don't get the fire tree anymore because we no longer do the first dungeon. We just walk in, get the grab ability, and leave. All right, let's do another run. I mean, this run had 1 death in the fight split, and I got second try on the tower build. So let's do it again. I mean, every run we've had today, all 3 runs have made to endgame. We're doing good. Darn. All right. Fortunate. Well, at least now Naki can go to sleep. All right. I'm going to go and pee when this run starts. That sucks, man. That's okay. All right. Well, let's do a run back. Let's do another attempt in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right. Yeah, it's like I've said before, the RNG when it comes to those bosses are the type of RNG that I like to look at it is like Puppet Ganon RNG. Puppet Ganon, at least on the HD version, on GameCube actually there's a small caveat, but on HD, when it comes to Puppet Ganon, his RNG, because you have high sensitivity on that game, does technically not make it so that the fight becomes slower. But if he moves around more, it's harder to actually make the fight work. Does that make sense? So you can get lucky and have Puppet Ganon kind of just stand still almost or not move that much, and then it's really easy to make sure you hit those shots. But then he can be moving around like crazy, and theoretically you can be just like a god, aim perfectly, adjust around how he's moving, and still hit him. So it's not technically completely RNG dependent, but if you have better luck, it will make the fight significantly easier to do fast. And when it comes to like those bosses, a lot of it is the same idea actually, where like depending on the bosses you get there at the end, sure, some of them might be faster or slower, but overall all of them will be able to work to get a good time with, but some of them will be a lot harder either to just not die on or to do optimally. But they all technically will work. So it's like it's a form of RNG. It depends on how you want to look at it, I guess. Hi, Maddie. Yeah, the funny thing about Goma is that Goma actually can work in your favor if you get lucky. What I mean by that is Goma is slower. However, he is the easiest to not die against. So if you have a problem with dying specifically, then you can get lucky that he shoots the spider webs really close to the wall in like one spot, or they hit the same spot. But if he scatters them around, then like obviously it's gonna suck, and it's gonna make it likely you can die. It's always though, I think, the slower one. I still stand by it. I have noticed that the worst enemy in the final boss fight is no longer RNG, it's targeting. We have confirmation from data miners that the junk memory when in a dungeon is different to overworld, so the random warps are going to have different distributions, which means we don't know if random warp to null is possible until we try. Gotcha. Wait, when you say null, do you mean to the dungeon, or do you mean literally into the fight itself? To the dungeon. Okay, I was about to say, dude, imagine if it's straight into the boss fight. That would be crazy.
Just finished my casual playthrough yesterday, so I can watch this again. Link us. Hey.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. Oh.
Hey, can I ask you a stupid question I had, chat? So you know all these videos of people that are like in Florida where their living rooms are like filled with water? Like it's like they have to be on the second floor because their whole thing is filled with water. Yo, Sman, thank you for the massive raid. Welcome, raiders, to the runs. Welcome, everybody. You guys are joining at a good time. Some new strats were discovered, so we're back once again. We're trying to get sub 40. I've had 2 runs today on sub 40 pace to the final fight, so hopefully I can get a good run for y'all. What were you up to? What are you guys up to today? Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you've been good. The record with the new strats now is 35 minutes. Actually, it's crazy. We're very due a PB with this new run. So we're like 4 minutes behind now. A 3-person soul lock? Yeah, that's awesome. Have you gotten Taco Bell since the wedding? Actually, you have not, no. Anyways, I had this question, chat. This might sound like a really stupid question, but I genuinely am curious if anyone knows the answer and doesn't just have a guess as an answer. You know when there's flooding, like for example what's happening right now in Florida, and you know you see that the water is literally going all the way up to like the first floor of the building, so like they're on the second floor looking down the stairs, and it's like 8 feet tall of water in your house. And then, you know, like the next day, in a lot of places, it's gone away. Here's my question. how does the water leave so quickly? Like, does it just get soaked up into the ground? Like, can the ground really soak up that much water? Or is it just, like, going back into the ocean slowly because it's on an elevation? Because I feel like it can't surely just be that, because then if it's angled, it can't just go back. Or, like, does it actually just straight up just go back to the ocean and that's it? Because it's so much water. It's so much water. It all just goes back to the ocean? Really? Oh, it functions like a tide almost, so it almost has like a backwards force of sorts that makes it kind of help to get back. So it kind of wants to retract back in. Gotcha. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. It runs back into rivers and lakes and gets them soaked up into the ground. If it happened in Texas, a lot goes into lakes and ponds, but it also in a drought, so the dirt does a lot of soaking up. Gotcha. Okay. An incoming hurricane also sucks water deeper into the ocean and then delivers it with force to the coastal areas. So why flooding starts happening. Yeah, I understand like how the flooding happens. I just like, maybe it sounds like a stupid thought, or maybe you're like, even if you know the answer, you're like, no, it's a valid thought. But I'm just saying, as a Swede who didn't grow up with any of these natural disasters, it's just crazy to me to see that a house is filled with like 10 feet of water, right? It's really far in from just like, it's not like just like at the beach house. It's like far in. It's still filled with water. And then you see a video of literally the next day and it's no waters there. And I'm like, what? Because I would have assumed it would take for like a long time, like many, many days for it to go away. So it's crazy to me that sometimes I just see like literally, because I saw some videos on Twitter this morning of like last night their like a house would get flooded. It's like 6 feet of water. Then I woke up today at noon, I looked at the phone and there was the same people showing like a before and after, and I'm like, you know, before, during, and after, and it's already gone away. What's a Swedish natural disaster, Linkus? Does a lot of snow count? But I don't think that counts. We basically don't have any. I don't know. It's like we don't really have any. Like we don't really have any. The closest it would be like heavy rain. But like that's basically like it would be heavy rain or heavy snow. But like we don't really have any that like gets to an extent of America. Like we don't get tornadoes. We don't get hurricanes. We don't get earthquakes. We don't really have any of that stuff. It's like you can get a really you can get like the absolute worst disasters that I've seen in Sweden that are quote unquote natural was like one time I remember it was raining for like a week and a half straight. So some flooding happened. That's like the worst that I've seen it go. It's pretty much it. But it's extremely rare and it's nowhere near like America. An asteroid impact could still hit Sweden though, Linkus? That's true. Actually, no, because before I moved from Sweden, I actually built a giant robot arm that can stretch into space. So if there was ever one coming, my giant robot arm would extend out of my old place and grab it and throw it back in space. I really wanted to take care of Sweden, you know, when I was gone. Totally real. Also, for anyone who hasn't seen the 80% run before, we're almost done with the cutscene part. The cutscenes in the start is really very sad. But the run starts to get really crazy once you're done with this. I saw a guy in Florida go back into his house while it was flooded, and there was a literal alligator in his living room. Dude. I mean this in like the most kind way imaginable. Like, I'm not actually like saying this in like a super judgmental way, but I'm just gonna be honest with y'all. I don't know why people choose to live in Florida. It scares me. It really scares me. I understand if your whole family was there, you grew up there, you don't have the money to move, something like that. I understand there's a lot of really good situations why you can't just not live there, right? I'm just saying, it's still just the thought just scares me because there's so much going on over there. I'm like, dude, ain't no way. You got a bunch of stuff trying to eat you and hurt you. You got a bunch of flooding. You got tornadoes, you got hurricanes, you got rising sea levels, you got a lot of stuff, and it's hot and humid. It's warmer and it's more humid and hot than where I live in Texas, year around. I don't know. I couldn't do it, man. I could never do it. But to my understanding, when I one time looked into, because I read about a bunch of states when I was trying to decide what state to move to, and I looked at Florida, not because I really wanted to move, I just looked at statistics. Have you ever seen those pages, like stats about everything? Like comparing all the states and different things. And I do remember one thing that surprised me when about Florida on that list was that the average age of Florida is pretty old. But I guess it's just, there's just more wealthy Americans than I thought that are able to get us like summer homes or beach homes. I don't know. I'm just saying, it surprised me a lot how many old people there are. Or I don't know. Maybe it's not only rich people. Maybe, I don't know. You guys would know better than me. You're Americans. Well, a lot of y'all are at least. Do people, when they get old to like retirement, do they just sell their main home and just full out move to Florida and buy a beach house, but as like their main house? Because I guess that would make sense, because then you're not just limited to rich people, I guess. If you really just want to live by the beach year round, I guess you could do that. They usually downsize to a condo or something, but yes, gotcha, okay. You know, not to sound terrible here or boring, but if I ever got enough money where I could actually get a second home, I would never get a beach house. I would much rather go to like the beautiful mountains or wilderness of a state and get like a cabin. Like, I would much rather, for example, get like a beautiful cabin up by like the Rocky Mountains somewhere than getting a beach house. There is just no way. I would just be like, you know what? I'm getting the beach house. Nah. Ain't no, I'd rather just go on vacation if I really want to get the beach. I just do it temporarily as a vacation. I'd much rather pick nice wilderness and a cabin. Sounds awesome. That being said, chat, new sub goal. For 300,000 subs, we can get a cabin. Let's do it. Yep, we're only 299,000 away. Really close. Yep. Almost there. Hi, Kung Fu. It's great to see you. I don't know if you saw, but actually, I don't know why you would have. I doubt you're as nerd as me and just search anyone who submitted like Zelda games to GDQ. I submitted to GDQ this year for the first time in like 2 years, so if I get in, I'll actually go this time. So hopefully we can see each other again. It'd be nice to go back, see everyone. Yeah, I submitted Wind Waker and Echoes of Wisdom. Hopefully one of them gets in. There's only me and Unaku submitted Kung Fu, but and his time is better, but it's remote, and my run is in person. So we'll see what they decide. I feel like I'll never know what games they're gonna decide. But we'll see. I think it's not that. I think it's only, what, 20 days until they say, so we'll see. Obviously, biasly, I hope to pick the in-person one, but like I said, I don't take my word for that. I don't know. Even if I was, you know, if I was a remote one, I'm pretty sure my answer would be different. Aside from beds, what do you use the most in this run? So, have you beaten the game, Kung Fu? Can I talk about it openly? I don't want to spoil you if you haven't. You have? Okay. So, the most broken item is this sign. This sign unlocks rung warping. So we're going to use the sign for the rung warps. For building and getting around, we use the beds the most. And then for combat, we use the sea urchin that you get at the start of the game. Because every single early game enemy deals so little damage that the sea urchin happens to be best because you can spam spawn it. Because otherwise, you know, you have to drop an enemy, and then you have to wait for it to attack. But because they're so weak, the endgame enemies usually just one-hit it before it has time to attack. But since the sea urchin does insta damage, we can't even stand in place and jump drop them. And it allows us to have decent combat. It's still very hard, but it's decent combat. Yeah, if you don't mind seeing the run, I'm about to start setting up the rung warp in literally 2 minutes, so... We're almost done with the cutscenes. Once I like actually get into the first dungeon, we're past every cutscene and it's all gameplay. Linkus, do you think you would ever do a minimum echoes for this game? I don't know if I would want to route it myself, but if someone else makes the route and it's glitchless and it's a cool run, I would probably do it, but that seems like a lot of routing and a lot of thinking. But yeah, I would not want to use glitches if I were to do that, because glitches kind of ruins it. I feel like the fun challenge of a minimum echoes run would be... Okay, maybe I'm a nerd thinking this, but when I played the game casually, I remember thinking, I wonder if you could do this without XYZ echo. So I think it'd be really cool glitchless, so you don't skip everything, but you're going through everything, so you see the really clever solutions with having minimum echoes. I tried doing I tried without doing echoes early on. It's hard. You need, yeah. No, I trust me. I believe you. It's hard. I mean, even this run, right, which has pretty minimum, but you rung warp to the end. It's really hard, and there's a lot of hard fights that we skip in this run, obviously. So, yeah, we'll see. GDQ stands for Games Done Quick. It's the largest speedrunning event in the world. Takes place as for its main event twice a year. Awesome Games Done Quick and Summer Games Done Quick. And then they have side events for different conventions like TwitchCon, PAX, stuff like that. They also have some online shows as well nowadays. It's really cool. If you haven't seen it, you should. If you want to see, like, the way... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The way I like to look at GDQ is it's pretty much almost always guaranteed to be a really awesome commentated speedrun. So if you like that stuff, I think you would really like GDQ. Because it's pretty much a showcase. It's like a week straight live stream, 24/7, of just showcasing a bunch of different games with commentary. It's really fun. Oh my god. All right, here we go. Chat, let's see if I can get this build this time. Here we go. Everybody pause, champ. 1, 2, 1. All right, if you're still here, Kung Fu, this is the rung warps. Enjoy. If I can pull it off, though, it's really hard. The new setup to do this is crazy. got it. Please. Please work, please work, please work, please work, please work. Please work, please work, please work. Come on, come on. Give me the good warp. Come on. Did my game crash? God damn it. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why I put the time estimate at 50 for my submission instead of 40. I assume that, basically, here was my submission time. I assume that if I get 3 failed rung warps and die ones, I would still be in estimate. Good times. That sucks. Basically, if you don't know, the second rung warp that goes into the last dungeon is 100% consistent. The first rung warp, in case you haven't seen the run before, if you just came from Sman stream, I can clarify. Yeah, so there is a setup you can do to rung warp to the final dungeon. It has a setup and it's consistent, because with the setup, you can point... you can basically take a memory address and point when you're doing the rung warp in the game and say, hey, I want to warp to this location. So it's always consistent and it always works. It puts you in the final dungeon. When it comes to the first rung warp, though, there isn't a setup because you can't do setups in the overworld, only in the other realm, which, you know, is where dungeons are located, which is why it works. So when you do this rung warp, instead of actually using a value that we pick, the game uses junk data. It uses 2 random memory addresses that just is random junk data. And that can either take you 80% of the time right here to the Zoras. It can randomly, a few times, very occasionally warp you to other places. But what it can also do is take a value that is non-valid. If that happens, you either don't warp at all, or you get a crash, because the game can't load it. And that's what happened right there. Yeah, very unfortunate, but let's try it again, chat. Let's do another run. At least there's some of Vestas getting down now. All right, let's do it. Unfortunate. Oh yeah, casually, I think this game is one of my favorite Zelda games. Like, it's super fun. I love this game casually. Speedrunning is still fun. It just gets, like, a lot of early game for grinding, but... if you're not grinding the game, it's really fun. I started my timer to like half a second early. But hey, chat, we did it though. That is the first time I've ever gotten the crash. We literally talking about it last run. Last run, someone asked if I gotten a crash, and I said, no, we have never gotten it still. I've only gotten a no warp, which is another type of invalid number. So we did it. On a scale of Skyward Sword to Wind Waker, where does this game fall? Casually and speedrunning. Ooh. I can't answer that question. That is a crazy rating. I'll tell you this because I can't rank them in the same system because they're so different games. This is one of the best 2D Zeldas in my opinion. I rank it pretty up there. Not, I can't tell you a rating on the top of my head right now, but I rank it up there with like A Link Between Worlds, A Link to the Past, and Minish Cap, which are my favorites. I think this game would go above Minish Cap, so it's probably behind A Link to the Past and A Link Between Worlds. In terms of speed running, I can rank that against the 3D games. I would say it's a good speed run, but it's not going to be everyone's cup of tea. As just a personal opinion that I have, and this is purely personal, don't take this as like this is what's going to happen with the game, but I see this game having a similar future to a game like Majora's Mask, where the game can be really popular and it can have some really great categories and some really active and awesome runners and community members, but it will have a hard time to keep too many runners for too long due to its early game. Because that's something that I've seen a lot since I've been around the community for so long with Majora's Mask, is that a lot of people burn out and don't stick with Majora's Mask because it has 20 minutes of early game. And that's pretty much how this game is. I mean, this game basically has its own first cycle, you know? So that's kind of how I see it. So I think if something can be figured out to skip the intro, either through a community vote to skip it with an offset, or some sort of code, or in some form of glitches, that would also obviously work. If something like that is found, I think that my answer would be like amazing. But for now, I think that the big problem is going to be that it's gonna mostly be ran on the longer categories, and even then it's still gonna have a lot of early game. Because anytime a game has long early games, they usually favors the longer categories, so it's a little bit less reset heavy. But yeah, hopefully a skip is found for early game. I hope so. Really hope someone figures out how to escape it. It would be awesome if someone did. My problem with any percent aside from RNG is that if this game gets patched again, 1.0.1 will be inaccessible for most people. I actually, not to jinx it here, you can feel free to clip this if you want. I regret saying this. I'm not too worried about this game getting patched because it was not developed by the main Zelda team. This game was developed by Grezzo. That makes me way more confident that they will not care about patching glitches. Because just like a Link's Awakening that got glitches very quickly, very early on, they did not care about patching any of that stuff. Because it's Grezzo. They released one patch after glitches had already been found, and they only fixed some bugs. So since the main Zelda team is not in charge, I'm not as worried about a patch coming through. What would be most likely to get a patch, I'm telling you right now, this is the most likely scenario in my opinion of the glitches getting patched. The most likely scenario of the glitches getting patched is that they release the Switch 2, and they would like to release an update for this game to optimize it so it can run at a better frame rate and resolution or something like that for the Switch 2. If they do that, I would not be surprised if they're like, well, if we're going to patch the game anyways, we might as well patch a few of these glitches. That would be a lot more likely in my opinion. I would be very shocked if the Switch 2 comes standard with an OLED screen, because the OLED models have been a very massive flop for Nintendo. Nintendo has been very unhappy with the switch to the OLED Switch. Because they were hoping that it was... Yeah, the reason Nintendo was really unhappy with the OLED Switch is because it did not boost sales at all, and so more people are not buying the Switch, and it's not that less people are buying the Switch because of the OLED, lack of OLED, but they actually make less of a profit margin on the OLED Switch. So on earnings calls, Nintendo has basically said that they kind of like that they're not been pleased with the OLED Switch launch. It's kind of on them, though. Well, buy the same product? No, I'm not talking about rebuys. I'm talking about new purchases. Okay. Thank you, Chaos, for the Prime Gaming sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. So, chat, I'm not saying that there's no chance that the new Switch 2 does not launch with an OLED screen, but I need you to remember something very important, okay? This is something I think a lot of people forget. Nintendo is not in a competition, okay? There are 1,000 Switch-like Linux consoles out there, right? That run similar to the Steam Deck. They have to make better consoles that are cheaper, that have better specs, that are lighter, etc. Because otherwise people will go for the other product. Nintendo does not compete in that same way because they have a completely different audience compared to other game companies. So here's the question you should ask yourself out of a company's perspective. Are there people out there who would want to buy a Nintendo Switch, but the fact that it doesn't have OLED is a deciding factor against it? And the answer clearly from the market is no. People don't care enough to where it's a deciding factor if they should or shouldn't buy it. So from Nintendo's perspective, they look at it and they go, we make less money because the OLED screen costs more, and people are still buying the other model. So they see it as an L. People will still buy the Nintendo console because it has great games. That's what people care about. So I think when it comes to the Switch 2, the only reason they would want to add an OLED as the standard is if either A, it's gotten really cheap so it doesn't really add much more money, or B, they believe that it's gonna sell more consoles by advertising that it has an OLED screen. Now, that being said, I don't think that the second one would stay true. I don't think anyone would not buy it if it has an LCD screen. I mean, you know yourself right now. Do I prefer the OLED? Yes. Do I prefer that? I think it's better? Yes. If Nintendo released an OLED one or an LCD model of the Switch 2, would I care? Not for a second. You know what I would care about? Finally, I have new hardware that is not super outdated. That's all I care about. That's it. And that's what almost everyone cares about. So you just have to pray that the OLED screens gets dirt cheap so Nintendo can buy the part for about the same as an LCD. You know, this is so funny when I see that comment of this is what you would like in a Switch 2, because it makes me realize that everyone wants different things. You say you want a bigger battery. I would literally be okay with a smaller battery to have better cooling, to have better specs, because I never play handheld. So I do not care at all about how the battery performance is. I would never value in the Switch 2 how good the battery is. But I'm sure there's people in chat right now who just only plays handheld, so they care a lot. But I just do not care. I also do not care about 120 FPS. The difference between 30 to 60 is pretty big. The difference between 60 to 120 is honestly pretty minor. It's the same thing with going from like 1440p to 4K. You're getting such a diminishing return, I stop caring. $120 Hz is important to me. 120 FPS is not. That's true for a touchscreen device. Or if you're moving things quickly like a mouse, I would agree with you on that. But I don't think it would really matter for a video game console because how the HUD and the main menus are set up, I don't think it would feel that different. And that's another thing too, by the way. This is something, you know, I understand sometimes that casuals look very differently than we do as gamers or as nerds. But my biggest shock that I still cannot actually believe, even though I know it's true, is that I underestimated that normies do not care and do not see the big difference between 60 Hz and 120 Hz. And that blows my mind. I remember talking when like they added 120 Hz to the iPhone, and to me that's like a game changer. It changed so much, it made it so much more smooth. And then I tried to show my dad and I was like, hey, look at this, and I swiped left to right. I swiped on the 60 when I have left to right, and he's like, is the colors better? And I was like, no, it's just the brightness, look again. And I matched him, I did it, and he's like, I don't know, something different. And I was like, what do you mean? Same thing with Maisie. Maisie's monitors, her PC monitors, are all 60 Hz. I could never go back to a 60 Hz monitor, ever. I've been using a 144 Hz monitor for so long, I could never go back to 60 Hz because I feel like it lags when I move the mouse. But she doesn't notice it. She doesn't care. No difference. I will say, though, I think it's a little bit of one of these habit things, though, because before I switched to 144, I stuck with 60 Hz for so long that I told people over and over again, I don't care, it's overrated, I don't care, it's overrated. And then once I got one monitor that was 144 Hz and I kept my other two that were 60, and I got used to the main one, it was impossible to go back. It felt so laggy. So maybe the true recommendation is never switch in the first place. How did you say? So the reason I lose 7 seconds here, everyone, is because the old route didn't learn the echo for getting the tree. So 7 seconds means this split is actually perfect. If it's more than 7, it means I messed up. The word bed actually kind of looks like a bed. Oh my god, I'd never thought of that until just now. That is scary, you're right. Wait, oh my god. Dude. Didn't mean to do that, but that's fine. Okay, dude. I already missed the first time I discovered this game. I don't think I can ever feel that way after having done so much early game. Even though there are still cutscenes afterwards, I would say that I can probably consider like the early game to be the captain until you leave the castle. So it'd be like the first 16 minutes of the run, basically. And if you look at how many attempts I've done 45 attempts. So I'm getting up there in terms of time. And when the run actually gets picked up, it's not until you've done Enter SR, which is even further in. I missed the first time I played Kingdom Hearts. I've still never played a Kingdom Hearts. It always seemed strange to me. All right, here we go. Let's see if we can get this run. Oh. Time to enter focus mode again. Uh-oh. When you're done with this run, can you check the thumbnail sent while I work on the next one? Yes, ma'am. Just call your wife ma'am? Well, yeah. What's wrong with that? Seems like y'all gotta get some southern hospitality in here. Does Maisie call you sir? She does occasionally at home, and she does it always when we're in front of her parents, because then she immediately turns Southern Maisie, because her family is all from Arkansas. So immediately when we go to Thanksgiving, she just like switches back to her old 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. She immediately switches back to her old, like, getting an accent and talking the way she does. So then it's always sure. At home, it's every now and then. Missed the frame perfect input. That sucks. Oh, that was so fast too. That sucks. No. For people that don't know, this setup is literally brand new. The setup that I'm using today in today's runs, this is the first day I'm using it. And because it's a frame perfect input to open up the menu to do the run warp, there is a different amount of lag for the fade out and this spot versus the old setup and spot, which makes the timing a little bit different. So I'm still not used to the frame timing there. But yeah, thankfully it's pretty fast to retry if you have to. I'm gonna give it one more try because I can take that time loss and still get a sub 40, which is my goal for today's stream. Well, if I get it second try, I should add. Got it. Please work. Okay, got the warp. Please give me the proper warp and don't crash. Take 30 seconds. I'll take it. All right. All right, we got a run on PB pace. We'll take it. Seaside, not bad of a warp. I like how everyone prays for ranch when I've literally never gotten the ranch. I don't even know if it's possible. I'm assuming it is, but... Maisie, I'll have to look at it really soon. I'm sorry I can't right now. The run did not die. Oh my god, dude, it's just frame perfect. Thank you. All right. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, Maisie. I don't know what's going on in that one. I'd just be confused. The first warp lets us get out of the beginner section without beating Dungeon 1. And by being able to get out of the beginning section of the game, we're able to unlock the warp that is by that, like, kind of church area. And by unlocking that warp, we can then use that to point to a specific warp value that takes us into Null's body consistently. So we basically do a luck-based warp that can take us pretty much anywhere. You just need to escape early game. And then once we're out of early game, we then get that warp, wrong warp to end of game. And like I said, almost every time you end up in that spot. All right, let's see if we can get this. Here we go. See if we can get a quick fight here. Come on, Link. Okay, not bad. I'll take it. Might be a little bit too much to the left. Hopefully not. Okay. Not bad. Took some damage, but we got through it. I don't think I've ever seen Zelda walk up to the room slowly like that before. That's weird. I have never seen that animation before there. Strange. Nice. Got a first try soft lock skip. Okay. No, I'm dead. I looked too much left instead of down left, so I didn't hit the enemy, so I didn't stun lock it. That's stupid. That's fine. I can still get a sub 40. It's a sad time loss, though. That's dumb. You need to attack it pretty quickly, because it one-hits you. There we go. Hey, Link, how are you doing? Are you kidding me? Okay, my chances of PB is very slim now. Okay, I need like the best null fight ever. Come on, dude. What? It missed? Oh, that's scary. Alright, just don't hit me. It's awesome. So sad. What a dumb way to throw the run. Yeah, the one and only good thing I have to say about this game with its difficulty is that I'm very relieved that it has so many autosaves, because it really means that if you just want to finish a run like no reset wise, it's really not too bad, honestly. Link, can you just do it? Thank you. Okay, you know what? Let's keep going, chat, because I still have a 2-minute possible gold on the end split. I don't know if it's going to be enough to be able to PB. It's going to be super tight for that, but at least I can maybe finally get a good gold. Okay, the best fight ever for third phase could maybe PB, but we can definitely get a gold. That's basically the situation we're in. All right, let's go. Let's see what we can do. It's just not really faster, Jeffer. Because Link runs so fast when he's off cycle, or whatever you want to call it. His path. All right, here we go. Link, get out of here. I guess he's not helping anymore. Oh, Link. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, if you want to be on the left side, I'll go up here. Chat, remember how I said last run I had my best phase 1 ever? We finished in, we got this final hit in at 209. Now you can really see how insanely good that run was there. Oh, fortunate. Seconds to phase 1. Link, what are you doing? I think it almost feels like they use a different AI for each phase here with Link, because Link is never this Pepega on phase 3. It's only phase 1 where he just decides sometimes he has to have fun and jump around. Even when spamming the sea urchin on phase 3, he's pretty okay with it. He just does his thing and you do your thing. But phase 1, nuh-uh. He's having the time of his life. All right, here we go. Nice. Come on, Link. Nice! 2 cycle. Okay, that was super clean. Oh my god, target the arm. No. Have to let go. Dude, they're not targeting anything except for me. Yes! I went a little bit risky there, but it worked. It paid off. No, wrong hand. No, so close. Oh, so close to a 2-cycle. Got stretched out right after. All right, let's hope for a good in-between phase here. Here's the toughest one. These lizards, we just have to pray they see the spider and focus on the spider. Come on. Damn it. Arm came a little bit too fast. Link. Come on. No! So close! I just have to wait. If it keeps spawning over there, I can't do anything. Come on, dude. It's the one place I can't go. I can't go to the right. All right, it's all on you, Link. Unfortunate. Link! Oh my god, I thought he was pushing me and I was gonna die. Please! No! I think I missed it. Oh! Wait! Damn it! Dude. Just let me get this gold at this point. Okay. Alright, not a PB, but should be a gold, I think. Not a huge gold, though. We did get a little bit screwed at the start. At least we got it. Alright. Should be a small gold at the very least. Alright, small gold. We'll take it. Alright. Pretty decent 1 minute time save. We can definitely do this. If I just don't mess... If we just literally didn't die there, I would have had it. On the enter fight part. We got this. We just need like a run where it's not... We don't die.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Okay. What time is it? 7:44. Let's do one more, chat. Alright, very nice. Let's do one more run, chat. One final run. I don't want to stream for too long, so I'll do one more. How many gifted subs to lick the cartridge? I don't want to lick the cartridge, man. Alright. Final run. Let's see how it goes. Otherwise, we'll be back tomorrow with more runs. I don't know if you'd be up for it, Linkus, but Smant has a great idea of you remaking the Drake emote with you instead. I could do that. I need to set up so, like, it works well, though. But yeah, that sounds fun. Alright. 3, 2, 1, go! Almost too late. Every time I pick up a Switch cartridge, I have to resist the urge to lick it. I feel like this is a you problem, man. I don't think I've ever felt that way, that strongly. Did you look at the thumbnail? I did. I basically told Maisie I'll give her better directions off stream, so... yeah. Basically, have you ever... you know how, like, you're told not to do something, so then you want to do it even more? So, the original trend of people licking Switch cartridges actually started all the way back when the Switch first launched in 2017. So basically what people found out when the Switch first launched in 2017 was that Nintendo was worried about kids putting Switch cartridges in their mouth. So what they did is they added a substance on it, a chemical, I don't know what it's called, and it's really bitter and just tastes really bad. And the idea was basically that if a kid takes up a cartridge and puts it in their mouth, they're gonna taste the bitterness and they're going to just spit it out. And obviously it does work for children, but they forgot to take into consideration that as adults are kind of the pega. So what ended up happening was adults found out about this and wanted to see how bad it was and how bad it tastes. So it became a thing where people would like adults would start like doing big licks on their Switch cartridges to get the taste to see what it's like. I have not tried one since 2017 though. When people found this out, I tried it with my Breath of the Wild cards. I have not done it since. I cannot tell you I remember much. All I remember was this. The first small lick, I didn't taste anything. Then I did a bigger lick. And then it didn't taste great on my tongue. And then that's it. That's all I remember. I don't know. Just tastes like a bitter thing that's frying my tongue. But I'm trying to look some thumbnail stuff up quickly because I'm in intro and well, I ain't got much going on up here.
Ooh. Ah.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. If I was not a streamer, I could never speedrun this game because the only reason I'm able to kind of just stay sane during this early game is talking to chat. I actually don't know how well DLC does for Nintendo because, like, obviously the majority of buyers on Nintendo consoles are children or parents of kids, not people like us who are sitting in their, you know, late teens, early 20s or 30s playing games. We're obviously not the majority, you know? And the thing I'm wondering is this. I don't know if like kids. I don't know how many parents would buy DLC for their kids for Nintendo consoles. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm thinking when it comes to that. I think Nintendo would much rather release things like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, where it's like basically like a port that's like a deluxe version. I think they would much rather release deluxe versions and things like that than DLC, because I feel like the market of people who buy DLCs might not be part of Nintendo's main demographic. I'll tell you this much. When I had an Xbox 360 and I wanted to buy the Call of Duty DLCs, it was a pain in the... or Halo DLCs, it was a pain in the ass to try and convince my parents to let me buy a DLC. Even if I paid for it, they did not like it. I had to really fight to be allowed to buy those DLCs. So, like... I don't know how... I don't know how that would work. And my dad is still sort of technical, if that makes sense. So, like, he's still kind of understood why and what's up, you know? But even still, it was a little bit of an uphill battle, so... Yeah, the Xbox points, and they're always uneven, so you always just had unused ones, for sure. I think it's different with parents nowadays, since parents all grew up with video games and no DLC. I would agree with you to some extent of some parents. However, I promise you, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. And also, I think you underestimate how many people are still normies. I promise you, I would be shocked if... I don't know the statistic on this, but... Well, let me actually check something. Okay. In America... In America, as of 2024, when they did a survey, they found that 76% of adults played video games on at least a platform. So I want to remind you about that number, because you might be like, Linkus, that's most people. I want to remind you of something. First of all, obviously, all of those don't have kids yet. But even with that metric, 76%, which is a lot, you have to remember that that includes anyone who has played a mobile game. This study includes mobile games, which is a big chunk of that. That means that if you played Candy Crush, you count as part of that 76%. But what that would still mean is that 1 in 4 people do not play any video games at all. Zero, nada, none, like none, which is a big number. Think about it. 1 in 4 people literally has zero contact with the video games. Zero. I'm sure if you actually were to remove mobile games, or you would actually make it into what we consider to be a gamer, you know what I mean by that? Like, if you actually contributed to gamers, I think then you're down to even still being hyper optimistic 50%. I think it's lower than 50%. But even if it would be 50%, a big chunk of those 50% would be people like my brother. My brother, he works in the Swedish military, has a son, has an IRL life, loves to hang out, have an IRL life, go to bars if they have time. But do you know what type of gamer he is? He will buy a PlayStation and he will play an hour or two of FIFA or Call of Duty every now and then. That is what I promise you a big chunk of the percentage of players are. Have you ever wondered year after year after year how us as a community complain that Call of Duty is so bad? It's so bad, they never fix it, it's so bad, yet every year they sell like so well? That's because the people who are downloading or buying the same FIFA game every year, or the people who are, you know, buying Call of Duty every year, are not the people like us. They're the people like my brother who doesn't care. He just wants a video game where he can occasionally sit down with his friends and do something. Like, very occasionally. So yeah, I promise you this, when it comes to people who are like what we think is gamers, where it's like normal to grind a 360 or PlayStation and buy all the DLC and play video games every day, it's not a lot. I just realized that Tri is supposed to be like Triforce. Oh, I love you.
Yeah.
We all love you, Maisie. I just saw the ending cutscene. No! If you're trying to avoid spoilers, you should have told me. I could have looked. What the hell? Also, don't go to ending cutscenes. I'm not going to include anything from the ending cutscene. I'd go with something that's late game, but not like ending. I don't want to put the, like, you know, the ending in the thumbnail. People get really mad about that, including myself. If I see an ending thing in a thumbnail, I get mad. I wanted to find Link. If you're in a video that does all cutscenes, go to the point to where they're talking to the Great Deku Tree. Right after the Great Deku Tree, you will enter a massive fight in the still world, fighting like the last Ganon fight. And after you fought Ganon that last time, or the Link imposter, you actually get Link back. I didn't know Link was an imposter. Okay, I don't feel bad about that spoiler, because literally you find out that, like, there is a Link imposter in the first dungeon 20 minutes in the game. Mace, you've seen me fight the Link imposter. Didn't watch it? Oh. Macy, just hide under a rock. I'm feeling bad. Linkus, how do you say sweet in German? I don't remember. I do know that one word related to candy, though, is dick, if that's what you're trying to make me say on stream, but... I don't know if I ever learned the word sweet in German. Like I said, I learned how to order kebab, and that's it, because that's all you need to know if you live in Germany. I think this is one of the best 2D Zeldas. You see, it's better than A Link to the Past. I put A Link to the Past and A Link Between Worlds, my favorite 2D Zelda, and then I would put this up there with like Link's Awakening, Switch, and Minish Cap, and then everything else below it. That's my rough rating. I need to make an actual like. How early in the game do you talk to the tree? Really late. You talk to the Great Deku Tree like 85% of the way through the game. Maisie, you said you didn't want to get spoilers. Stop looking at the stuff. I'll just do it later. All right, chat. We're about to get into the gameplay section of the last run. Take her to Chili's, Linkus, before you're banished to the couch. We'll see. Yeah, Maisie, if you actually want to work on thumbnail stuff, I would just take a bunch of really good different angles of screenshots of Zelda, probably, that you can throw into any thumbnail, because you only got in between 5 to 20 minutes more before I'm done. Well, the earliest this is my last run of the day. The earliest my run can die in is in 5 minutes, and the latest they can make it to is 20 minutes, which would be 30 minutes until I'm done. So we'll see what happens. Because, like, if I get a crash, for example, there's nothing I can do. If I fall down while building the tower, I can retry it, but if I get a crash, then it's just all over. I promise you, Nintendo does not care about the Zelda timeline. I've been saying for a long time, they made that thing as a fan service so people would stop asking. And then when they made Breath of the Wild, or after Skyward Sword and they're making the next game, they realized, wait, this stinks because we don't want to follow this. So when they made Breath of the Wild, they just said, screw it. Because I'm not sure if you guys saw it, but Nintendo actually updated the official timeline at the next event. And at that event they were just at, they literally put Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild in its own place. They didn't even try and make it onto the main timeline. So you have like the whole main confusing weird ass timeline, and then at the corner on its own you just have Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure they've said in interviews that the reason they didn't want to do timelines was because it restricts storytelling and gameplay. Because then you're locked in, and you can only go so far. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, here we go. Damn it! It was so good! Stupid RNG piece of shit. God damn it. So yeah, so that's what happens if the game chooses an invalid number. It just doesn't warp you. It just mutes all the audio. Alright, well, we had some good runs. I'm going to be honest with you. Next stream, sub 40 for sure. I mean, we had so many paces on sub 40. I'm not, to be honest, that worried. I know we're going to get it next time. Alright, well, good stream nonetheless. I hope you guys enjoy the runs, though. I will be back. I should be back tomorrow. I am releasing the last part of the casual playthrough of Echoes of Wisdom tomorrow, actually. So, I'm going to give you a maybe if I'm streaming tomorrow. If I'm streaming tomorrow, will completely depend on how well the thumbnail stuff goes today. So, yeah. I'm going to give you a maybe on stream tomorrow. Otherwise, guaranteed stream in 2 days. But yeah, anyway, so thank you guys so much for watching nonetheless. Really appreciate it. Hope you guys enjoyed. I had a good time. Honestly, this was the most fun I've had doing this category in quite a while because I didn't have to just do early game because we got so many runs going to end game, which was actually kind of nice and refreshing. Anyways, let's see if we can raid someone, shall we? Let's see if we can raid somebody. You got it, you got it. Mm-hmm. Doug is streaming? Yeah, sure, we can raid Doug. Alright. I haven't raided him in forever. You never raid him? That's true. Alright. Let's do raid Franker C. Let's make sure to have raid in that message so he sees it. Alright, go raid Doug with some raid Franker C. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate y'all so much. And I will see you guys tomorrow or in 2 days, but hopefully tomorrow. Alright, anyways, thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate y'all so much. Later, everybody. Bye-bye. Link is 7. Out.